Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, evening, and late night, depending on where you are in the world. My name is Lina Al-Arian. I'm the Executive Director of the Coalition for Civil Freedoms. Our mission is to advocate for political prisoners unjustly targeted and imprisoned in the so-called war on terror. Today, I'm proud to co-host the first, as far as I know, virtual rally in support of Dr. Aafia Siddiqui, a Pakistani-born US-educated political prisoner who was serving a horrific 86-year sentence at FMC Carswell in Texas. Our goals today are pretty simple: to show solidarity with Dr. Aafia and let her family know that she isn't forgotten, to keep her case alive, and to not allow her unjust imprisonment to vanish from the collective memory and consciousness of the public. In the last few months, we've marked a number of shameful anniversaries in our history. 20 years since the invasion of Afghanistan and the launch of the war on terror, 20 years since the opening of Guantanamo, 19 years since the US invasion of Iraq, and 19 years ago this month on a spring day when a woman traveling with her 3 young children on the way to the airport to visit her uncle was abducted, forcibly disappeared, and separated from her children and held for 5 years at a black site, tortured and imprisoned without charges or due process of any kind. Absent of many of the discussions by mainstream groups critical of Guantanamo and the many rights abuses since the start of the war on terror is the travesty of justice that is the case of Dr. Aafia Siddiqui. For many years, I've wondered, why the silence around her case? At CCF, CAGE, and the many brave partnering groups present today, we recognize that false accusations that the US government makes against innocent people are no way tantamount to their guilt. We've seen this time and again, and in the hundreds of cases that we closely follow. In 2010, Dr. Aafia was unfortunately found guilty by a jury pool of New Yorkers living in a post-9/11 atmosphere of fear and anti-Muslim bigotry, of allegedly shooting a gun at US soldiers without any physical evidence whatsoever. The only so-called evidence against her was the testimony of the soldiers. For this, she was sentenced to 86 years. In the last decade, what we've learned from the Black Lives Matter movement and the proliferation of cell phone footage by ordinary citizens capturing or live streaming the truth is that very often cops lie on the stand. In fact, they're trained to do so. Today, I call on the soldiers who knowingly gave false testimony on the stand against Dr. Aafia to come forward and admit the truth of what took place in July 2008. It is high time that the fear and stigma surrounding the case of Dr. Aafia Siddiqui is lifted. We must call out this case for what it is: a cover-up in a government-manufactured crime to hide the only crimes that took place in this case, those that were done to Dr. Aafia and her children for 19 years. Those of you tuning in today will be hearing about Dr. Aafia Siddiqui and the many elements of her case, the sham trial, and the torture she experienced. When we plan to hold this virtual rally as part of the multi-city mobilization that partner groups such as the Aafia Foundation organized last fall, we intentionally chose Women's History Month in March as the time to gather virtually. One cannot underestimate the role that gender and gendered Islamophobia has played in Dr. Aafia's case, and one cannot remove her case from the other unjust abductions and rendition of innocent Black and brown Muslims to Guantanamo. I firmly believe that had Aafia been a man, she would have been sent there and her innocence would have long been established, with many mainstream outlets calling for her freedom. You'll be hearing from other speakers about this dimension of her case and more. Just as we demand the closure of Guantanamo, we should also demand the release of Dr. Aafia Siddiqui. And just as we demand rights for women in this month and every day of the year, women from around the world should demand justice for Dr. Aafia. Finally, this month marks Dr. Aafia's 50th birthday. She has now spent nearly 20 years of her adult life behind bars. It is my hope that this rally will help regenerate interest in her case and serve as a growing global call and international movement for her freedom. We're joined today by a number of prominent speakers, activists, academics, attorneys, and family members. You'll be hearing our list of demands of both the Pakistani and US governments who are responsible for the disappearance and imprisonment of Dr. Aafia. But first, I'm honored to introduce my co-host of this rally, the outreach director at CAGE and former Guantanamo and Bagram political prisoner, and a very gifted spokesperson for these issues, I might add, Brother Muazzam Beg. Thank you very much.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, dear brothers and sisters and friends. It's my honor to be speaking to you all and co-hosting alongside Lena on this case that has directly impacted all of us here in one way or the other. As I look across the screens, I see faces that have for decades fought, struggled, campaigned, and been pained and been subjected in some cases absolutely directly as a result of the targeting of people in this so-called war on terror. And there are years and years of misery that I can see in the faces of people here. And despite that, I also see faces of resilience and courage and strength. When I look at Sister Amina Masood Jinjua sitting there, my heart, every single time I see her, when I hear her statements, when I see what she's going through, that she is subjected to the very same process that led Aafia to be held without charge, to be held and to be taken in this manner, and to be convicted for a crime that, as Lena rightly says, that had she been in Guantanamo, she would have been released a long time ago. I used to hear the sounds of a woman screaming in Bagram detention center. And at that time, this was 2002, I was led to believe it was my wife being tortured. The Americans knew that this man's weak point is his family that he last saw in Islamabad, in Pakistan, his wife and his children. They subjected me to the sounds of this woman screaming in the next cell, while they waved pictures of my children that they'd seized from my house in Pakistan, given to them by the Pakistani ISI, asking me, where do you think your wife is? What do you think happened to your children? Making me believe that there's a woman screaming next door, and that is my wife. Now, by the grace of Allah, the grace of God, it wasn't my wife, but it was somebody's wife. It was somebody's daughter. It was somebody's mother. It was somebody's sister. And when I came out, one of the many things I tried to do that I'd learnt in US custody was, I need to find out the truth about various aspects. They threatened to send me to Syria or to Egypt, so I went to Syria and Egypt to find out about the role of the rendition program and the US government therein. I wanted to know also, though, who was this woman? I discovered eventually that there was definitely a woman there. It wasn't just my imagination or the Americans trying to twist it. There was definitely a woman. In fact, there were women, plural, in Bagram. I didn't see them, but other prisoners did. And whilst my timing necessitates that it couldn't have been Aafia Siddiqui, because I was freed, I was sent to Guantanamo in February 2003, and Aafia's disappearance didn't happen until March that year. It established for me very, very quickly that the idea of detaining women and subjecting them to the same abuse and treatment, in fact worse, because women can be sexually violated in the ways that men cannot in that space. It was clear to me that there was no compunction that the US military had in holding women and abusing them and subjecting them to things that even we weren't subjected to. And so eventually, when I did talk about what I had heard and described that detail to Yvonne Ridley, and she went on her own investigation in Afghanistan to find out what it is, who was this prisoner 650, because we'd established there was a prisoner 650 there. Whether she was the one that I saw or not, or heard or not, was a different matter, but there was definitely a prisoner 650 in Bagram. And the question she asked, which continued to plague everyone she asked, was Aafia Siddiqui, was she prisoner 650? and what happened during those crucial years from her disappearance in 2003 to her reappearance in the custody of the Afghan government and then eventually the US military and the US government. What happened in those 5 crucial years? And in that period of time, I remember meeting Imran Khan himself before he'd become a politician, or before he'd become the prime minister rather, and how he himself was shocked, and he began to campaign directly for Aafia Siddiqui as part of something that he opposed, which was America's war on terrorism, and how it had destroyed the sanctity of Pakistan itself. Pakistan may have not been the most advanced and the best country in the world when it came to human rights, but people weren't disappearing. People weren't being lifted and disappeared literally for years on end in their hundreds. Pakistan wasn't known for that. That was something that the war on terrorism brought with it as its consequence. And Pakistan also wasn't known for handing over its daughters to any country. This was something also new. And this is something that I've seen over the years that has brought shame right across the nation. Whichever political side of the story you happen to be on, Pakistanis around the world are ashamed from every single leader that has come into power, that has spoken of about Aafia, but has done nothing, literally nothing, to try to secure her release. And before I finish, I just want to say this important point, because now as we see the war in Ukraine engulfing the whole world and the Western world, it's as if the war on terror didn't exist, as if the past 20 years didn't happen. The Taliban, who were the biggest enemies of the United States of America, against whom the longest war in US history was waged, are now back in power. The prisoners who were held with me, who were tortured with me, who were beaten and stripped and abused with me and kept away from their families for at least 13 years, became the same people who negotiated the withdrawal of the United States from Afghanistan and now are back in power. The same people are now ministers in that government. The very people with whom the animosity the United States had at the top level, they could negotiate a peace settlement with. So it begs the question then, where does Aafia Siddiqui fit in all of that? If they can release top leaders of the Taliban who were ordering strikes against US military personnel and took part in that war, where does Aafia Siddiqui fit in all of that? Did she harm anybody? Did she kill anybody? Did she intend to harm anybody? Was any of that proven beyond any reasonable doubt with all the evidence that was not presented that should have been presented? Is there any shadow of a doubt in her case? Is there any reasonable doubt in her case? Because if there is, she shouldn't be sitting in prison. There are people I've come across who've been convicted for attacking and carrying out physical military strikes against the United States of America. Aafia Siddiqui has received a higher sentence than they have. So how is this justice in any shape or form whatsoever? And that's something hopefully that some of the lawyers, some of the other activists can talk about. But really what we're here for today is this question of Aafia Siddiqui. Why is it that somebody, a woman, a frail little woman from Pakistan, how did she become such a threat to the United States of America, the most powerful nation in the world? And the answer is that she isn't a threat. What's happened is that everything that they could have done to her, they have done. And we stood by and let it happen, and that is to our eternal shame. So I hope that by the end of this, we can try and find a new way to reignite the case of Aafia Siddiqui and bring it back to the fore. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Brother Muazzam. So I'll introduce the next speaker in a minute, but first I want to read the names of all of the endorsing organizations that have come forward to courageously support this movement. The first one we have Al-Jama'a Party in Cape Town, South Africa, CARE Dallas Fort Worth, USA, CARE New Jersey, USA, DRUM, Daisies Rising Up and Moving, USA, Defense of Human Rights in Pakistan, Friends of Aafia in the UK, Friends of Human Rights in the US, ICNA Council for Social Justice in the US, International Action Committee US, Islam 21C in the UK, National Jericho Movement in the US, Justice for Aafia Norway, Justice for All US and UK, the Khadija Leadership Network in New Zealand, Lighthouse Advocacy UK, Musawameen Campaigns in Pakistan, Muslim Public Affairs Committee in the UK, Muslim Counter Publics Lab, South African National Muslim Women's Forum, the Aafia Foundation in the US, Why Aafia Freedom Campaign USA, Witness Against Torture US, and the United National Anti-War Coalition in the US. So without further ado, our first speaker today is Marva Albiali, she is the attorney for Dr. Aafia Siddiqui. She is one of the leaders of the Why Aafia Freedom campaign. I always say before she's an attorney, she is an activist. She's the former executive director also of the Coalition for Civil Freedom. So I'm very happy to introduce Marwa to the stage. And if somebody can spotlight her, that would be great.
Thank you, Lena. Do you want me to go ahead?
Yes, please, yeah.
So thank you everybody for coming out during the day and at night or whatever time zone that you're located in. It's very important that we all remember Dr. Aafia. I became involved when I started representing her since January of 2021, so it's been over a year. I've had the opportunity to meet with her throughout this period of time. And she is, I can't even begin to wrap my mind around what she's been through and what she continues to go through, because she still is in FMC Carswell with 72 years left on her sentence. She was only 31 years old when she was disappeared initially. And as Lena mentioned earlier, she turned 50 this month. So for 19 years, she's been going through this unspeakable suffering. She's been painted on both sides as either like this superhuman who's so evil, who is going to do God knows what. They've never actually proven anything or tied her to anything or even given us any evidence of anything, the supposed evil that she was going to do. And also superhuman on the other side, a mythical creature. But she's just a woman who has been treated very, very unjustly and who continues to suffer in the detention center, in the prison that she's in. To give you, I want people to understand who, like, to be able to see her and recognize who she is. You see those pictures, she's still, she's a very small woman. She's very tiny. I didn't realize how tiny she was because usually her clothing is super loose and she's in these large prison clothing, which are normally this drab beige color. But after she was assaulted in July of last year of 2021, they put her in this orange uniform that they put people in administrative segregation, solitary basically in. And it showed how small her frame is because it had these like elastics around it. So she's like very small, very thin. She limits herself mostly to the food from the commissary. She has this white hijab that's issued by the commissary. Her teeth are missing up front. And I believe that's from before she was even arrested during the 2008 when she reappeared in Ghazni, Afghanistan. And she sometimes when I visit her, I'm separated by this glass, right? I'm in a room, she's in another room, and there's a glass in between us. And I didn't really pay attention to it before, but I thought of it when somebody was mentioning something else a few weeks ago. She curls herself up into this tiny little ball into the corner of a room. Like, so I'd be like looking through the glass to see where she's at. So, and I believe now from what I've learned and what after speaking with her, I think it's because of what she's seen. She doesn't say anything, but she just curls herself up and like tries to like disappear into a corner of the room sometimes. And she's been through just like, I can't tell you like the hell that she's been through and continues to go through. And it's really, really important that we don't forget her. And it's really important that we demand answers as to what happened to her. Because I think, like Mosem was mentioning, it's not that she's done anything or she said anything. It's the people covering up what they've done to her. That they know that she hasn't done anything and they don't want the truth of what happened to her to come out. They don't want it to be out there what happened to her between 2003 and 2008. And that's why she's continuing to suffer in the prison that she's in right now. So we need, as a people, as humanity, to demand answers to where she was between 2003 to 2008 and what happened to her, because that is why they're keeping her in there. There's people involved. There's a lot of shame to what was done to her, and they don't want the truth to come out. And as a result, she's continuing to suffer in there. And alhamdulillah, that now that there's been more movement and more speaking, and we need to continue this momentum and not allow it to stop. And there is a law, there's laws in place. We're all law-abiding citizens, and we need to demand answers and demand that the truth come out through the legal systems available. And not forget about Dr. Aafia Siddiqui. I don't know how much time I've taken already, so I know there's a lot of speakers, but that's the most important thing, is that we don't forget
her. Jazakallah khair. Thank you, Marwa. I just wanted to add one thing to this, and just we can't overemphasize the effects of trauma. I know a lot of you guys work with prisoners, and I was just dealing with somebody. He was held by the police here for 7 days only. He was so traumatized by what he went through and the way that he was dealt with, though he was not tortured and beaten and abused, but just 7 days in a police cell. He's only now been able to uncover and talk about and to express what happened to him, and he was deeply traumatized. So imagine 5 years of torture. Just imagine that. So what Marva says is absolutely, completely and utterly correct. We need to know what happened during those 5 years.
Thank you so much to both of you. Thank you so much, Marwa. Absolutely. I mean, we hear about the effects of something like solitary confinement, what it would have, lasting effects, let alone someone who was held in solitary for a number of years. Next, I'm very honored to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Mahahilad. She is the current executive director of Muslim Counter Public's Lab. She is an organizer with Witness Against Torture, former co-director of Justice for Muslims Collective, former executive director of the coalition, or at the time, the National Coalition to Protect Civil Freedoms, and author of the recently released book, Innocent Until Proven Muslim, Islamophobia, the War on Terror in the Muslim Experience Since 9/11. Thank you so much, Dr. Maha, for joining us. If someone can spotlight her, please. I think I can do that. All right.
Well, thank you so much, Lena, for the invitation to speak today. I think, we've covered a lot of ground in terms of what has happened to Aafia, but it's important to put this in the broader context of the war on terror, of course, in which Muslims continue to be criminalized and demonized, and where the default assumption, of course, is that Muslims are guilty until proven innocence. And a lot of times when we're talking about cases such as Aafia's, Muslims themselves fear taking on her case and fear advocating for her because of the ways that terrorism has been constructed and attributed to Muslims. And so one of the most important things that we need to do as Muslims, as the global community, is to really push back against this. We know Aafia is not a terrorist. We know she has never been charged with terrorism, but nevertheless, she continues to bear this stigma. And it is the stigma that keeps so many people away from advocating on her case. Since the onset of the war on terror, it has been rooted in deeply institutionalized Islamophobia. And we have this paradigm, again, where Muslims are inherently guilty. And it's not about whether or not Muslims will commit a crime. It's about when they will commit a crime. And this is the case, and this is the ways that so many political prisoners, including Aafia, have been constructed. One of the sort of most problematic things about Aafia's case is, as Marwa mentioned, that we don't know a lot of information. Where was Aafia from 2003 to 2008? But instead of looking to the government for answers, the narrative is always about how mysterious her case is, how shrouded, again, in mystery this case is, to cause fear, for people not to ask questions. What is the true story of what happened to Aafia? And why does the government refuse to give us answers? I remember many years ago when I was looking into Aafia's case, and it was very difficult to put together the entire story of what happened to her. And when you can't put together that story, people shy away from advocating for her. But we know she was tortured in a black site. And for those of you who are familiar with the sorts of torture that were legalized in these black sites, it was egregious, extremely egregious. So today, we're not just talking about Aafia's freedom, about her release, about her innocence. It's also about her rehabilitation. What happened to Aafia was extremely violent. And she's still going through the violence. And even if we think about this nebulous war on terror ending, it doesn't end just because the United States decides that it ends, because it still lives on in the many victims of the US's state violence. And I think the last thing I'll say is, because I know there are a lot of speakers, is that it is really important for those of us, Muslim and non-Muslim, to continue to insist on an analysis of the war on terror that mainstreams the understanding that it is deeply rooted in Islamophobia, and that we cannot dismantle and abolish the war on terror if we don't also dismantle Islamophobia. If Islamophobia was not at play, Aafia would have been released by now. If Islamophobia was not at play, Muslims would not be seen as inherently guilty and irredeemable. So it's important to call for justice for Aafia, to deconstruct all of these problematic narratives that have surrounded her case. And as Muslims, to not shy away from this black box of terrorism and to accept whatever the government says is true, but to continue to call for answers. And as a collective, demand justice for Aafia and all Muslim political prisoners who have been so victimized in the war on terror. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jazakallah khair, Dr. Maha. That was really, really powerful. It's really important. You just reminded me that Imran Khan just recently, when he spoke at the Organization of Islamic Conference in front of so many of the Muslim leaders around the world, he actually pointed out Islamophobia, the reason why the war on terror has perpetuated so much because of the war on terror. And then he said something, which was that we, the Muslim nations, the Muslim leaders, we've allowed it to spread. The Americans may have be Islamophobic, they don't know about Islam, but you guys do, and you allowed it to spread. You were co-opted into it, and you took part in it. And so that's such an important point, and it's just ironic that Imran Khan is the one who said it, and when it comes to Aafia's case, he's the one that's shied away from what he's recognized himself.
Thank you so much, Muslim. Having a hard time, all right, switching the spotlight. Okay, there we go. Next up, and I'm so grateful so far to all of our speakers for sticking to time. You all have such important insights that you're sharing, and I could listen to you all day, but alas, we have to move through. Next, we have Professor Nadya Ahmed. She's an associate law professor at Barry University, a visiting professor at Yale Law School, and I'm honored to introduce her here to speak. Take it away, Nadya.
Thank you so much, Lina. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Nadya Ahmed. I wanted to thank CCF and CAGE for hosting this program and the co-sponsoring organizations. I was introduced to Dr. Aafia Siddiqui around 1994 when I was in middle school, and she served as a mentor for setting up a newsletter for Muslim girls and young women in the mid-1990s for humanitarian relief efforts. As you can remember, this was around the time of the peak of the Bosnia crisis. And I actually never met her in person. The newsletter, which was called Sabra, though, was just put out as a paper newsletter, as well as electronically, and we met by phone and email regularly. She also taught me the power of community organizing and respecting people and working with them as they are. I would complain to her, people are really frustrating. And she would say, it's okay, just keep doing the work. Everything comes from Allah. And I didn't really complain much after that, but I saw that she was really the smartest and most brilliant woman I would ever come in contact with ever. And that same organizing that she used before is the same organizing that we need to work with those principles to work to release her. And so over the past several years, I've written letters to different law professors because my background is in environmental law for innocence projects, and I haven't received a response. But when I first encountered her, I was just completely mesmerized by her, because I didn't know that you could really have a career as a Desi woman aside from being a doctor. She had completed her undergraduate degree at MIT and was working on her doctorate at Brandeis. And I wrote articles and helped with the layout for this newsletter. Even in the 90s, she was a real reckoning force as an activist, campaigning for Afghanistan, Bosnia, Chechnya, and a number of other places. She also helped with putting out, she also spoke about the graphic videos that she would see and how pregnant Bosnian women were murdered. She also wrote emails and held fundraisers and gave impassioned speeches at masjids. And so I lost touch with Aafia after I went off to college. I do know she was trying to look for an academic job after she finished her PhD, but as a foreign national from Pakistan, she had a hard time in doing so. The FBI went on to claim that she was plotting 9/11 in the summer of 2001, and we know that this information is false. And so those who knew Aafia knew that she was in Boston in that June instead, and that she was a 29-year-old mother of two who was consumed like other Boston moms who volunteer and work outside the home with the minutia of everyday life. She was said to distribute Qurans to inmates at local mosque in the area. She also hosted play groups in her Roxbury apartment outside of Boston. She would take her sister Fowzia's children into her care as she completed her fellowship in neurology at the local hospital. She would also do grocery shopping and cook for her children and husband, an anesthesiologist there. That was essentially her life in a nutshell. She was running around, doing errands, cooking, cleaning, mothering, visiting the mosque, doing community service, sending emails and writing articles. Essentially, that's pretty much how I passed my summers. She wasn't plotting 9/11. And the next thing I would hear about her is that she was involved and reported missing. And so Aafia would then go on to being a female detainee at the Bagram military detention facility in Afghanistan based on eyewitnesses' reports that you have heard here. She refused to participate in her trial. Critics also argued that she was not afforded a fair trial and had been previously tortured and sexually abused. Her health, well-being, and incarceration weigh on me constantly. There have been efforts to repatriate her back to Pakistan. In 2021, efforts at repatriation started again. Former US Attorney General Ramsey Clark described her case as the worst case of individual injustice he had ever seen. And you're also going to hear later today from Brother Morris Salahan of the Aafia Foundation, who organized a 5-city mobilization in the fall of 2021 in Houston, Dallas, Boston, New York, and Washington, D.C. to raise efforts and awareness for her cause. The Pakistani consulate even found an attorney who you heard from earlier, Marva Albiali, to take on the case. The Council of American Islamic Relations has also organized a National Lobby Day for Aafia in November 2021. So Aafia has really been in prison all these years, neither that she is languishing or that she is ruined, but really as a symbol of the brute force trauma and torture of US imperial plan through the war on terror. Thank you.
I wasn't sure. Hang on, let me re-spotlight. Thank you so much, Nadya. That was really powerful. You know, the way you were describing Dr. Aafia, similar to how I spend my time as well. And it just really shakes me to hear that those were the things she was accused of, when it was so different from her personality, from her interests, and even her attorney, Marwa, a year ago when she started meeting with her, was almost surprised to see that, you know, not only was she not a terrorist, which of course we all know, but she wasn't even a quote unquote extremist in any of her views. She's just like any of us, but, you know, was in the wrong place at the wrong time, unfortunately, and picked up on, you know, any false suspicions, which we all know actually stemmed from suspicions around her husband. Next, I'd like to introduce Ahmed Hussein. He's the director of the Muslim Public Affairs Committee in the UK. And I'm very pleased that he can join us. And I will put him on the screen.
Assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you all. So I want to talk about maintaining the momentum of this very important campaign, because it's very easy to say, why so much focus on just one individual when the Ummah, the international family of Muslims, is being persecuted? Why spend so much time and energy on justice for just one person? Because, brothers and sisters, how can we hope to alleviate the oppression of the Ummah if we dare to forget Dr. Aafia? She has faced injustice after injustice after injustice at the hands of the US hegemony directly, but also through their proxies and the supporters in the Muslim world. And it will be by winning justice for Dr. Aafia that we will gain the capability and the alliances needed to reverse the injustices of the so-called war on terror. It will be by remembering Dr. Aafia Siddiqui that we remind ourselves that the dignity and the blood of the Muslims is not cheap. By freeing this one Muslim, we may, by Allah's will, pave the way for freedom for so many more. And we can only achieve such a lofty ambition in an organized, united way. Every adult who is here now or hears us later needs to join at least one of the organizations who are participating today. I've deliberately kept my own talk this short to give more time to the more eloquent and more educated speakers here. I just want to thank Cage and CCF for coordinating such an important event.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm not sure if we lost Mazam. I think he'll be back shortly. So next up, of course, without further ado, the leader of the Free Aafia movement globally, who has been at the forefront of the campaign in the defense, which of course is the sister of Dr. Aafia Siddiqui, Dr. Fowzia Siddiqui, whom we're very honored, was joining us today, and also for staying up very late. There was a bit of confusion around the timing. So thank you, Dr. Fowzia, very much. Do you have, I think she, all right, do we have her camera on?
Thank you very much, Sister Lena, for the introduction. And first of all, on behalf of the entire Aafia movement and Aafia's family, I want to thank you all and CCF and Cage to put together this rally. And I hope and pray that this will be a new start to a new beginning, and hopefully will give us success. As Aafia's sister, and on behalf of Aafia's family, I just want to share with all of you who my little sister was. Aafia was my younger sister. But before that, I've always been a little confused, but I did get the opportunity to ask a couple of the witnesses who were in the trial, and those who had visited Aafia, including my brother, later on, even in Carswell. Aafia had her front teeth at that time. So whatever happened, it happened something after that, not before 2008, not before 2010, and not before 2013. So, I mean, there's a little confusion there that I got. But as a family, you know, what we want from our movement is to move forward. We don't want to keep going back in a reverse gear and starting and undigging. You know, what has happened, we have enough evidence. But to keep doubting our own evidence and to keep doubting our own Muslim brother and sisters' evidence and their testimony, as opposed to those who are known to perjure, you know, it's kind of painful at times. And I would really, really, you know, humbly appeal to everyone to, for once, you know, just clear your mind and look at this case with an open mind. Also, on behalf of my mother, who specifically asked me to say that she and we as a family are thankful and very grateful to all of you for the prayers from all of those who believe in God, whether they pray in churches, in synagogues, in temples, mosques, or in their hearts. We are thankful for the prayers and actions for those who believe in working for what is right, what is just, what is merciful. Maybe, just maybe, this will be the year that Aafia comes home, inshallah. So that said, I, of course, will have to just mention a few things about my little sister, Aafia. Who is Aafia? And the million-dollar question, why Aafia? You know, it took me forever to just get that question, you know, and there is really, why Aafia? Why Aafia? Why Aafia? I mean, I'm sorry to say that, you know, I would hear of people being picked up in Pakistan, people being sold. And I used to always think, oh, they must have done something. If I would hear of someone getting an outrageous sentence, I would think, oh my God, what? They must have done something really horrific. And then, you know, suddenly after this war on terror and after I read about, and especially when I read Brother Muazzam Beg's book, and you know, it suddenly changed my outlook to everything. And when people told me, and when Sister Yvonne Ridley came to me and Imran Khan came to me and said prisoner 650 is Aafia, I said there's no way. I mean, Aafia could not be alive, and why would this? And then I remember Imran Khan saying, well, even if it isn't Aafia, who, if it's, would you not want to speak for someone who's going through this? And you know, that is when I was getting a lot of threats, and my mom would got phone calls saying that you've lost one daughter. They said beti ko lagam do in Urdu, which means like, you know, tie the reins tight on your daughter, otherwise do you want to cry for the other one as well? And so in that situation,
Dr. Fowzia, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Your camera doesn't seem to be working. I thought, yeah, can you maybe
I can see myself
readjust it? I think our audience would like to see you, although what you're saying.
Right. I can see myself very clearly here on the camera. And everybody else as well.
Do you,
So I
do you want
don't
to,
know what else to do.
all right, well, it's okay. I think people still want to hear you speak. Others would wanted to see you, but you can go ahead and continue. I'm sorry.
Should I leave and come back again or something?
If
Or should I just let
you
you?
can, if you would like to do that for just a minute, what we can do is bring you back after Sister Amina. I think it would, just because you looked so great earlier with the background of Dr. Aafia, that it would be great to see you. And if it doesn't work, we'll proceed.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll do that.
Okay. All right.
Lena, can I just say then before Aafia maybe comes, Dr. Fowzia comes back, that I went to Pakistan in 2010 and was hosted by and met by Fowzia and Aafia's children, Maryam and Ahmed, and they really welcomed me and Yvonne Ridley into their house, and they wanted to know about what I'd heard and seen in Bagram, and was it Aafia, was it somebody else that I'd witnessed. And I remember Fowzia's mother took me into the room, she said, that where Aafia used to be and would host people, and with tears in her eyes she would describe with great pride about what she felt about her daughter and her conviction that she was innocent. She showed me this Quran that Aafia had, and words that she'd written in that Quran. I took photographs of it and remembered, and she described what was going through her mind at that time. So it was a real connection I felt to this wondrous family that had gone through all of this, and a central part of their living, breathing body, Aafia Siddiqui, was missing. So I just wanted to share that, really, because it was also the first time that I got to meet these children who are such a key part of the story of Aafia, that keep getting missed all the time. They're now grown adults. Aafia's children are grown adults. And her youngest child, Suleiman, nobody still knows to this day what happened to him, but it appears that he's no longer alive. And that in itself, that should be enough as an act of trauma on Aafia, to say that was enough. But then if you compound that with being separated from your children as a mother, I know what it's like as a father to be separated just for 3 years from my children, let alone their entire youth, and then to not be able to even see them, to be able to look after them the way any mother can, is the biggest travesty of justice that you can possibly think of. Because even the worst convicted prisoners, as you all know, have access, some kind of access to their children. But to deny them that access is it's unimaginable. As somebody who's lost his mother when he was 6, I know what it was like to not have any access to your mother, the one that gave you birth into this life. And so I just wanted to say that.
Thank you so much.
Lena, is this okay now?
It's working. It's perfect now. Yeah, thank you so much. I'm glad that you're able to fix it. Please.
Right. So I was just going to share like a couple of things of Aafia as a child, how we grew up, and what Aafia's passions were, and in 3 minutes. First thing, let me just tell you when Aafia was born. So my father was a physician, and he was, doing a whole thing on the industrial health thing. So all the laborers were standing there that the doctor is going to have a baby. And if it's a boy, then, they give a whole 21-gun salute. And so 21 guns are fired, and, as the person comes out, the happy father, the proud father of a boy. And when they heard it's a girl, and obviously they get gifts and everything. So when they heard it's a girl, suddenly, all the heads were slumped down, and my father came out and he said, "Why have you stopped? This is my girl, and this is my baby, and, fire." So I think Aafia was the first girl in Pakistan who actually got the 21 rifle salute when she was born. And And then, my father distributed everything. And I remember, and, some of the laborers even come and meet us now and they say, we used to think that, he's crazy or something. And, sometimes I think that my father passed away in 2002. And, I don't think he could have borne. He could have even survived what happened with Aafia. He could not survive how she was abused by her husband. I mean, that was just enough to take his life. And sometimes I feel that, there were times when we read stories of people in the pagan Arabs and who would bury their children alive. I mean, Aafia being locked up there alive, isn't that just, because I remember when I asked Aafia how she is, the first time she had called in 2010. And you know what she said when she got to Carswell? She said, in Urdu, she said, Kabar ka haal murda hi janta hai, don't ask me. That, what's happening in the grave, only the dead can tell. Don't ask me that question. I can't say anything on the phone. And that said a lot, actually. And then, anyway, so as we grew up, I was older and Aafia was younger. So I always wanted to be a doctor and we would play house and everything. But Aafia would always want to be the teacher. She would be the school thing and she would have all her dolls. She had two passions when she was little. She loved balloons and she loved dolls. She had a collection of dolls, and if anything happened to any of her dolls, she would cry. I mean, they were her life. And as she grew older, her children were her life. And the only other thing that she did other than balloons and children, as she grew up, it was children. She would spend a lot of time teaching children, and that was reading books. And she had a photographic memory. I mean, she was a genius in her own way. And she was always first class first. She was, whatever she would participate in, I mean, there are Aafia's classmates here and all, they say, well, we'd say, okay, so who's competing for second and third? Because Aafia is participating, so we don't have first anymore. And it was like given like that. And then she just loved to help people. As she grew older, she would spend time with our grandparents. She would go out. She would see if there's anyone, I mean, Eid, the night at Eid, she would go in the slum. She would buy things. She would give them. She would sit with the poor children. She would put henna on them. I mean, this was what she did. And when she went to America, when I went, and she was in MIT, and I had seen her work with the old people and in the old women's homes, and how she would run chores for them. Despite her busy schedule, she would always have time for them. And when I was there, I received a lot of calls from, it was Mrs. Higgins, and they'd call, oh, Aafia, can you do this for us? And she would go and she would work with autistic children. And that's where her passion was. And she just wanted, and she really believed that the issues in the third world are education. And she wanted to bring a change in the educational system. And that is what she had on her computer, the treasure trove, the educational system, her proposed changes. She wanted to start an educational city. She had a program, and that was her passion. That is what she wanted to do. That is what she came back to do. And that is what she was going to discuss to Islamabad with her little children. That she disappeared that dark night. And that dark day is coming in 5 days, 30th of March, the day that she disappeared. She was made to disappear, only to reappear and to have to face these false charges. Someone who would stand. I mean, I would tell Aafia, what's the point of rallying? What's the point of going and standing? She would see someone protesting for something. She would say, has something wrong been done? She didn't even care who it was. She would just stand there, and I would say, why? And she said, up there, the heads are being counted. Who is standing with the oppressed? And if my one head is going to make a difference, rallies and all, numbers count. So if one more will make a difference, I want to be that one. This was Aafia. This is Aafia. And unfortunately, for the past 5 years, we have had no contact with her. I mean, whatever happened to her is one thing, but not being able to even hear her voice, despite the prison manual allowing, with the COVID-19, allowing video calls as well, provided we pay for them. Even before, when we had phone calls, we paid for them. But at least we would get a call. And these calls had started from 2013, went on till 2016. And the only one thing that made these phone calls, that I think, was the global protests and pickets that were done around the American embassies and Pakistan embassies. It was after that that the authorities would call me and ask, are you getting phone calls? And then as the whole momentum withered off, I think we stopped getting these phone calls. And then when we are told that Aafia does not want to talk to you, that's unbelievable. It just is. We know Aafia. I know Aafia. She's my younger sister. I know her since the day she was born. And I know the conversations I had with her. And I know that she is not refusing. She's being made to refuse, or she's being made to believe something that is not true. She's being coerced or something. I mean, I really believe not knowing obviously makes the imagination go wild. So I'm not going to take a lot more of your time, but I want to thank all of you who are here, all of you who have always stood by us. I am extremely grateful to all of you, and to everyone who has ever raised a voice for Aafia. And I really and sincerely believe that it is great people like you who have kept us alive. Otherwise, I mean, I could not have survived. I could not. It is all of you who give me strength, who give me hope. You are my sunshine. You are that ray of hope that keeps us alive. And I think it is your campaigning, and especially Brother Alhajimuri Salahan, who I see there, who has always been like a real brother to me. And he witnessed the trial, and he would always be there. I mean, I can see Steve, and I can see Joe, who came to Pakistan also, and a whole lot of other people. I'm very, very grateful. I'm not going to take a lot of time. Thank you all very much for being here, for sparing the time. All I request is to please continue the momentum. There's nothing we can do, but what we can do is we can keep saying what we can, and someone who can do something may hear us and make the difference. Thank you all very, very much again. And may Allah bless you. May you be always blessed. Thank you.
Jazakallah khair, Dr. Fowzia, that was really, really moving, and may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you and grant you strength and honor in this dunya and in the next, and release Aafia. As I said before, that nobody can be as strong as the family member that campaigns for their loved one held in prison. You are the best advocates for your relatives, and I can see many faces here who are representative of that, faces of former prisoners, faces of wives of prisoners, sisters, connected lawyers, and it is really, as I said, there's decades of pain here, but there's also decades of countering that pain, of fighting for justice, of standing up, of speaking the word of truth against oppression. So thank you very much again, Dr. Fowzia, for speaking for Dr. Aafia.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fowzia. Very moving speech, and I can't imagine how difficult it's been for you and the family, and the fact that you've kept up the struggle all these years. And thank you, Mazam. Next, and I apologize that we're running a little bit behind schedule, especially to our friends in Pakistan. Next, I'd like to introduce Amina, the Chairperson of Defense of Human Rights in Pakistan, with whom I had the honor a few months ago of sharing a stage, and whose husband is one of those who are disappeared. So thank you, Sister Amina. You can go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much, CCF and Cage, for organizing this very, very important and valuable forum, a rally for Sister Aafia Siddiqui. So I would start from the time when war on terror was imposed, not just on Pakistan and Afghanistan, but all over the world. It was 2001, and we heard on television that Pervez Musharraf, who was also the dictator and chief executive of government and chief of army staff, he sided with the US in this war on terror. And because he was given a threat by George Bush of that time from the US that either you are with us or you are against us. And if you are not going to partner with us in this war on terror, then we are going to send you to Stone Age. So after the threats, what happened in Pakistan was like Sister Aafia, what happened to Sister Aafia, what happened to the so many Muslim IT engineers, doctors, professors who were swept away. They were taken away from their homes, from their offices, and like Mozambique brother, who was himself taken away from Islamabad, and Mullah Abdul Salam Zaif, who was the ambassador of Afghanistan in Pakistan. So that was the time when people were disappeared every now and then. And in 2005, my husband Masood Jinjua disappeared. So as a consequences, when I was obviously shocked and grieved, but after a couple of months, I gathered myself and started working for all the disappeared. And that was my passion since then, to bring home the disappeared, bring home the relatives of those who are imprisoned far off from Pakistan. And similarly, at that time, I became aware of Sister Aafia's case. And that really shocked me because she was a woman. All those cases which I had at that time were men. So she was the first woman. And after that, when I learned from Yvonne Ridley that she is detained in Bagram and she's the prisoner 650, I was further shocked, and I really forgot about the pain of my disappeared husband, because I knew that women are tortured in so many horrifying ways. She was sexually abused. She was tortured beyond any words can explain. And Sister Fowzia has also explained very well how badly she was tortured. She's not even allowed to talk to her family. And recently, a hot coffee mug was thrown at her face in Carswell. So this is like unlimited line of injustices, tortures, atrocities, which she is facing so bravely. After that, me and Fowzia Siddiqui were part and parcel in the rallies which were waging across Pakistan. And they were, for years, we were like, a hype was created. But recently that hype, was gone from Pakistan. So that was the time when we were really shocked that how come it is like nobody wants to talk about it, nobody wants to listen. Like on 8th March, it was the Women's Rights Day. And me and my colleagues in defense of human rights, we took the posters of Sister Aafia and we went to the Islamabad rally. And physically, we found that there was not a single poster of Sister Aafia, except the ones which we were holding. So that was like shocking for me. And we have also met the dignitaries like Foreign Office, Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Shah Mahmood Qureshi, when he was in 2008, the foreign minister. And when we went to him, he just simply said that I can't do anything about it. And this is what I think the Prime Minister of Pakistan is also telling us in his silence. He's telling us that I can't do anything about it. Because a few days ago, when he was talking about Islamophobia and about how Muslims are suffering across the globe, and he never spoke about Sister Aafia. So, and similarly, I have spoken to so many people who are close to military, people who are activists, people who are in media. And I don't know why every time I meet, especially for Sister Aafia, they always say that it's very difficult. But according to my research, it's not impossible. We feel in defense of human rights that if a prisoner exchange treaty can be signed between USA and Pakistan, maybe that would be a way to bring back Sister Aafia, to repatriate her to Pakistan. And this is one idea which our researchers have given. And I have also found it useful, but when I met to foreign office people in whose countries Pakistanis were languishing, like from Thailand, like Egypt, and many other countries, Saudi Arabia, China, we were able to repatriate prisoners when there was a prisoner exchange treaty between the countries, between Pakistan and Thailand, suppose. There is a prisoner exchange treaty. Although Thailand people who are here in Pakistani jails can be transported to Thailand. And similarly, Pakistani's language in Thailand can be brought back to Pakistan. So if that can be, we can have a direction to move on to. But everything has been said, everything has been known to everyone. Every one of us knows what happened and how badly. And even then our heart is we cannot take any more, but we have to find a direction. And I think if we focus on that internationally as well as in the national, in the local media and local rallying or activism, I still hope that it will be productive and Sister Aafia can be brought back. So this is from 2 cents from me. Thank you so much again. I hope we can do something collectively.
Thank you, Jazakallah khair, Sister Amina. It's always a pleasure and an honor to hear you speak with wisdom, despite all of the difficulty and the hardship that you're going through yourself, and not knowing what happened to your own husband. Still, after all of these years, to see and hear your voice as being one of the most prominent is really, really moving beyond words. Really, it's hard to explain how I feel when I hear you. But you've just offered one of the most important, practical, doable, tenable solutions for Pakistan that I think, for Aafia's case, that makes perfect sense. And I know it's been presented many, many times. And it offers the Pakistani government a way out, it offers the Americans a way out, it offers everybody a way out. And for the life of me, I can't understand why something like that could not have been drawn up, written, and signed on both sides. And certainly the pressure needs to be put on, because that is something that can and should happen, and should happen quickly. And it is a very practical solution. So, Jazakallah khair, thank you very much for your input.
Thank you.
Thank you to both of you. Next, without further ado, I'd like to introduce Alhajimuri Salahan. He has been essentially the face of the Free Aafia movement in the US. He is the principal organizer of the 5-city mobilization around the 20th anniversary of the War on Terror in support of Dr. Aafia, present at her trial, and oftentimes a lonely, but hopefully less lonely advocate for her freedom. And I only hope that we can continue to support his efforts and those globally. And I should add, he's also a board member of CCF. Thank you, Brother Mori. We're honored to have you here. If you can just unmute, your computer yourself. There, yep, that's working.
All right. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. First of all, I begin by thanking Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for blessing the hearts and the consciences of CAGE, the leadership of CAGE and CCF, for convening this very important online mobilization. And a special salute to those among us who have turned pain into power. You know, that is such an inspiring thing to do for an old activist like myself. The case of Aafia Siddiqui is not complicated at all. It is simply mired in layers upon layers of malicious propaganda, most of it at the hands of Zionists, and much of it headquartered in the Wikipedia, the Wikipedia page on Aafia Siddiqui. I could be wrong, but I believe this is the main reason why so many seasoned and otherwise courageous activists in America are so quiet when it comes to the brutal political imprisonment of Dr. Aafia Siddiqui. The British journalist Victoria Brittain, her commentary that was delivered at the time of the trial in New York City is a short piece of commentary that we should share often. Because it's so powerful. It underscores how and why this case of Aafia is not complicated at all. SubhanAllah, I want to direct my message, my thoughts to my Muslim brethren and to Muslim leaders here in the US, particularly Muslim leaders and activists, and our Muslim institutions, our organizations, and our large, well-established, well-endowed financially and in terms of influence, they would like us to believe, Islamic centers. I'd like to encourage my brethren to stop being so silent, to stop being so afraid, to stop being so mired in self-interest when it comes to these difficult political imprisonment cases, like the case of Aafia Siddiqui or Imam Jamil Abdullah Al-Amin or the Holy Land Five and just so many other cases, especially given where we are right now. SubhanAllah, we are in a moment in American and global history, and largely due to the effects of the pandemic over the past 2 years, the kind of heft that the pandemic, the circumstances surrounding the pandemic gave to the Black Lives Matter movement here in the US, and the way that it grabbed the attention of the global community. And now this insanity that's taking place in Eastern Europe, and all of the hypocrisies and contradictions that have come to the surface as a result of this latest crisis in the global community. We are in a very unique moment in time to be able to bring much needed attention and action around precedent-setting cases like that of Aafia Siddiqui. I was present in Texas. In fact, he had traveled to Texas after returning from Pakistan in response to a request that we made of him, the late U.S. Attorney General Ramsey Clark. When he made that statement about Aafia Siddiqui, it was at one of the centers in the Dallas-Fort Worth area that he made this observation: the case of Aafia Siddiqui is the worst case of individual injustice I have ever witnessed. When he said these words, they resonated with me, because that is how I had been feeling for a number of years. It is the worst of the worst of the worst. This is the first case, subhanAllah, and I've been in many courthouses around the country and involved in many cases involving Muslims and non-Muslims, police and the government, other government agencies. This was the first case that when that jury came back with a finding of guilty, it brought me to tears. The first and the only time this has happened. And it's because of how this case has resonated with me. I conclude with this. To my Muslim brethren, Ramadan is right around the corner. This is the time to boost our spiritual, moral, and justice-oriented reserves and to do what we're supposed to do. The Quran, there's a verse in the Quran that the translation of the meaning is stand firmly for justice as witnesses to Allah, even if it be against yourselves, your parents or your kin, or whether it be against rich or poor, for Allah can best protect both. Do not follow the lusts of your hearts, lest you swerve. And if you distort justice or decline to do justice, know that Allah is ever mindful of what you do. There are hadith of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him. One that is very well known: when you see an evil action, you must change it with your hand. If you cannot do so with your tongue, the jihad of the tongue, if you cannot do so, detest it within your heart. And that is the weakest degree of faith. But then there is another hadith of the Prophet that is very ominous in terms of the weight of consequence if we ignore it. The Prophet is reported to have said, by the one in whose hand rests my soul, you must surely enjoin the good and forbid the evil. Otherwise, it is expected that Allah will send against you a punishment and you will supplicate him, but your supplications will not be answered. I close with the words of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. He said, in the end, we will remember not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends. Peace be unto you all. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Brother Mauri, subhanAllah, hearing you and seeing you campaign for Aafia, knowing that you're in her corner, you know, it's like a boxer in a match who has the greatest cornerman for him. Aafia is in that boxing ring and she has you as the corner person, inshallah. With people like that on your side, bi'idhnillah, by the grace of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you cannot lose. You just reminded me of this very powerful hadith that complements the ones that you mentioned, and that is when the Prophet, peace be upon him, said, ittaqu da'wat al-madhlum, fear the dua, the supplication of the oppressed. فَإِنَّهُ لَيْسَ بَيْنَهَا وَبَيْنَ اللَّهِ حِجَابٌ, that because there is no barrier between that prayer and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And I remember one of the things we used to think often, I used to think about it often, was after I was released, imagine somebody like Aafia Siddiqui raising her hands in the middle of the night against you. Ya Allah, just imagine the weight of that. Somebody that's gone through all of the things that we know, and she's making a prayer against you. And this is something that should be sent to all of the Muslim leaders around the world, that really, especially at this time, if you didn't act, if you didn't say anything, if you didn't do something when you could, then fear that prayer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brother Mori, also for mentioning the other political prisoners that have also been languishing behind bars for decades. And we certainly remember them as well during this virtual event. Next, I have the pleasure of introducing from Pakistan, Brother Altaf Shakur, the chairman of the PASBAN Democratic Party. I will turn it over to him. Thank you. If you can please unmute.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
My name is Altaf Shakur from Karachi. First of all, thanks to CCF, Cage, and my brother Mozambique, with whom I spent few hours if you remember. Anyhow, I joined Aafia movement in 2010. She was kidnapped in 2003. But, you know, the media was silent. There was a military regime. General Musharraf was on the chair. It was Ivan Reddy, along with Imran Khan, who first broke this news that the lady at Bagram is Dr. Aafia Siddiqui. After 2010, Alhamdulillah, up till now, we are with this movement. And we are lucky that we are in Karachi, 7 kilometers away from Aafia's headquarters, Aafia's residence. And I get opportunity to meet her mother, sister, every alternate day. Alhamdulillah, very courageous people. I have been in student politics since 77. And then political party. Throughout these 35 years, I haven't seen such a strong, brave, courageous people like Aafia Siddiqui. There had been many opportunities to bring her back during those Corona days. And many times the Pakistan government released their spies, which were caught red-handed. And our rulers compromised for dollars. And during these Corona days, when the American government was releasing the prisoners to their native countries, but our government didn't bother because both the governments, the American government and the Pakistani government, are afraid that if Aafia is freed, then many many faces will be exposed who arrested them in Karachi, who sold them to FBI in 2003, etc., etc. As I mentioned, that Imran Khan broke the news along with Dr. Ivan Reddy, but after that, at that time he was opposition leader, but after becoming prime minister, he never mentioned Aafia's name. He used Aafia's case for his political mileage, but after becoming prime minister, he never mentioned. During his 3.5 years tenure. Anyhow, my question is to all my brothers and sisters in this chatting is that March 30, when Aafia was kidnapped 19 years before, is just 5 or 6 days away. So have you planned anything? If you could manage rallies and protests all over the world where we have Aafia movement supporters and volunteers, activists who believe in humanity, it will make a difference. I think I had been given only 3 minutes. I had a lot to say, but the time not permitting me. So once again, thanks to all the CCF and KH and my brother Mozambique. Last thing, that we have to think something out of the box because we are not moving forward. We have to take one step further so that at least the family get the telephone calls. As Dr. Fowzia mentioned, no telephone call, no telephone contact with her mother, with her children, with her brother, with her sister during the last 4 years. So when there were pressure of momentum in South Africa, in Germany, in UK, in America, in Pakistan, in other parts of the world, it will make a difference, inshallah, inshallah. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Jazakallah khair, brother Altaf. Alhamdulillah, it's so good to see you after all these years. I remember you very well. Altaf was one of the people who welcomed me and Yvonne Ridley and took me around different parts of Pakistan. He even saved me, I think, once. And to have somebody like this again in your corner to be assisting. I've seen him. I think his beard never used to be white. It is now just like mine when I last saw him. And he made mention of something I think that's really, really important. That is that we do need to think outside of the box. There is a world momentum wherever you go around the world. If you speak to people, there's people in South Africa, in Malaysia, in Pakistan, in the diaspora communities that exist all over Europe from the Pakistanis. Everybody always asks about Aafia Siddiqui. And you also, of course, mentioned Imran Khan. I reiterate again that when I met him before, this was around the time of when Raymond Davis, a CIA agent, had shot two people in Lahore, and he was arrested. That was the opportune moment for a prisoner exchange. He killed people. Aafia didn't kill anybody. Aafia didn't even attempt to kill anybody. She was shot herself. Yet this murderer was allowed to be released, and the opportunity was lost. It wasn't lost and squandered because of intention. They didn't want her returned. They didn't want the embarrassment of you sold your own daughter for a pittance, and that comeuppance will have to happen, and Pakistan needs to be prepared for that recompense, for that day of judgment in this life before the next life. So thank you again, Brother Altaf. It's a pleasure to see you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to introduce another leader of the Free Aafia campaign from Musawamin Campaigns, also joining us live from Pakistan. Thank you so much for staying up late with us. Muhammad, if you could please unmute yourself.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm really honored to be speaking in front of such prestigious leaders and activists who have been working on the case of Aafia for such a long time. And most importantly, to be speaking for Aafia herself. I have jotted down 3 points that I want to mention on this forum. Number one thing is that when we here on the streets of Islamabad talk to people about Dr. Aafia Siddiqui's case, we talk to the common people. There's one very ironic response that we get, that is that, you know, our hearts and prayers are with Dr. Aafia Siddiqui. But people fear coming out in the public and speaking for her. And the reason that they give is that this is a political case and, you know, we want to stay away from politics. Now, what I want to say is that we need to come up with a strategy to depoliticize the case of Dr. Aafia Siddiqui. It is supposed to be, what we try to talk to people is that, you know, Dr. Aafia Siddiqui's case is a humanitarian case. It's a case of prisoners' rights. It's a case of women's rights. It's a religious cause. So it should not be attached with politics and it should not be politicized. I feel that it has been politicized by intention so that people stay away from it, number one. And number two, another very, I would say, disgusting response that is received from some people is, and unfortunately, those people are those who are people in some kind of authority. They say that, you know, Pakistan received, I think, $55,000 in for handing over Dr. Aafia Siddiqui. So Pakistan cannot afford to buy her back. If we take back Dr. Aafia Siddiqui, we'll have to pay that amount of money which we took, plus perhaps the interest of these 18, 20 years for which Aafia has been over there. So what I was thinking was that, is it possible that we make an international money account which is not used for campaigning or anything else, but we just start pulling in money into that account and say that this is money to buy back Dr. Aafia Siddiqui, because, you know, it will also kind of put to shame those people who actually took money for handing her over. I mean, it's one thing to hand over a person out of fear, but it's another thing to take money for it. Thirdly, I was thinking that there's so many organizations all over the world who are working for Dr. Aafia Siddiqui. So perhaps, I think most of us are on the group that is the Aafia admin group hosted by Dr. Fowzia Siddiqui. So if we could, you know, all of us pull in our dates, you know, this is the date that is relevant to Dr. Aafia Siddiqui in our country or our city, and keep sharing events and kind of resonating those events around the world, so that we can hear a global echo of these events. For example, we were all looking forward to 30th March that is coming up in 6 days' time. But before that, we have 27th March, in which Prime Minister Imran Khan is holding a big rally here in Islamabad in response to the opposition, which is trying to bring a motion of no confidence against the Prime Minister for their own, selfish and vested interest. We don't agree with those. But Imran Khan is going to be holding a big rally over here. So what we need to do, all of us who are in Islamabad, who have a presence in Islamabad, I think we need to go and join that rally with posters of Dr. Aafia Siddiqui, for example. I'm just giving this as an example. So if we go to this event and hold up the case of Dr. Aafia Siddiqui, that would be one event. And then one event followed by another event, 30th March, then some other event. So these events, they need to, pile up, and they need to come closer to each other to bring up this pressure. And I think that although prisoner exchange is a very good and a very technical way of getting Dr. Aafia Siddiqui back, but I don't know about the technicalities, but I think that we need to step ahead and not ask for an apologetic solution and ask that, please, she should be brought back to Pakistan and maybe she can be in prison over here, but she needs to be free outright.
Thank you. Get Wazam back.
Thank you, Jazakallah khair, Sister Muhammad, for your absolutely brilliant and fresh perspectives. Altaf said before, we need to be thinking outside of the box, and I think clearly you are thinking outside of the box. So I think those are really important points that you've made, and I pray that we can get other people to start thinking in this way and presenting Aafia's case not as just one as that she needs to just come back so that she can spend more time in prison again. In fact, the call must be that her ordeal, her abuse must end, and the biggest part of her abuse is that she's in prison to begin with. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Next, I'm honored to introduce my father. He is the founder and director of the Center for Islam and Global Affairs, Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University. He is the founder of the Coalition for Civil Freedoms, known at the time as the National Coalition to Protect Civil Freedoms, a former political prisoner who certainly understands from firsthand experience the suffering and the importance of advocating for other political prisoners. Thank you so much.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, everyone. And thank you, CCF and CAGE, for hosting this important rally. Indeed, Aafia's case is one of the cases that actually inspired us back in 2010 to launch what was at the time NCCF, now CCF. The injustice that happened to her was unbelievable, unimaginable. One of the most unjust cases the world has witnessed in modern times, a case that breaks your heart, water your eyes, kill your hope, and suffocate your spirit, indeed. I want everybody to imagine if this happened to your sister, to your mother, to your wife, to your daughter, to your aunt, to your friend, how would you feel about it? People, unfortunately, are reluctant to get involved. And I've seen this firsthand. I've seen how people were always resisting to talk about Aafia's case, to mention her name in their conferences, in their gatherings, in their demonstrations. And you always wonder why that is the case. And of course, the media has played a great role. What was said about her out there made a lot of people hesitate to be involved, hesitate to get involved. So I ask everybody to ask themselves 3 questions. And based on the answers of these 3 questions, you can make the determination whether or not to get involved. Because our sister, I disagree that this is not a political issue. It is a political issue. Even if Aafia wasn't political, it doesn't matter. The issue is a political issue. She is a political prisoner. She's not there because she committed a criminal act. She is not there because she violated a law. She is there because of politics, whether that politics is related to Pakistan or related to America. In both cases, it's a political issue. You know, I was in Pakistan a few years ago, and I tried to bring her case up with a lot of people, a lot of influential people. And I was shocked at the reluctance of these people getting involved. I said, something fishy is going on there. Why are these people reluctant? Why are they, you know, suddenly turn to a different posture, different kind of people? And it hit me that it must have been something they've done and they feel ashamed about, and they don't want to get involved because it will expose them. Nevertheless, it's a political issue, and political issues are solved through political solutions. And political pressure is what's needed. You know, certainly Pakistan has not done its part, it hasn't done its role in trying to bring her back. You know, they try to make up excuses not to get involved. And I don't want to fault Imran Khan. Certainly he made a promise, and I think he's under pressure. What we need to do is not to dismiss him out of hand, but to increase that pressure, because certainly there are a lot of people around him are trying to bury this case. And what we need to do is to double our efforts to make sure that that case is not buried. Back to my introduction, I said we need more people to be involved. We need to launch a free Aafia movement worldwide, because it is indeed what the late Ramsey Clark said. It is the most unjust case that you can think of. A lady tortured for 5 years, taken to prison in a different country, solitary confinement. I mean, you can think of all the things that happened to her, and you can think, you know, how can anybody think that this woman is guilty of anything, or that she should be subjected to such horrendous conditions? What are the three questions that everybody should be asking themselves? First of all, first question is, who's Aafia Siddiqui? I think we heard today from Fowzia, from Nadya, from Marwa, from Muazzam, from many people who Aafia really is. Aafia is a Muslim woman, highly educated, highly intellectual, highly dedicated, a believer, a mother, someone who loved her community, loved her religion, loved the people around her, loved to help everybody. She was a model by all accounts. She had bad marriage, and she was made to pay for that by, we don't know all the details, but what we know is that she was paying a heavy price for that by having somebody pick her up and put her under tremendous, horrendous conditions. Now, she was also a person willing to stand up to what she believed in, to speak up her mind. She deeply cared about justice, and she cared about people in general. And that probably was one of the reasons that she was sold, or she was handed over to somebody. Now we can guess, because during that time, rendition was going on all over the world with black sites. There's very strong evidence that she was a victim to this rendition. She was taken against her will, and she was most likely tortured. That's Aafia. She was not someone who held extremist views, or somebody who had a gun trying to go and fight against some enemy. The second question, is Aafia innocent? And I think by all accounts, she was never charged, as it was pointed out by her lawyer, by others, with any terrorist-related charges. Even after 5 years of torture and 5 years of detention, she was let go because they couldn't find anything against her. After she was rearrested, what happened? She was charged with trying to kill some soldiers. No physical evidence was found, no shell casings, no bullet holes, no cartridge fragments, no fingerprints, no gunshot residue on her or her clothing. No one was injured in the incident except she was. So most likely this was a cover-up for someone who's probably startled by seeing her at the police station, shooting at her and nearly killing her. A victim now has been turned around and made as the villain by charging her of killing whatever number of Marines they were. And of course, you are put in a impossible situation. I've seen that firsthand when you are before a jury with very little. You know, when you have 8 Marines testifying against you, it's pretty difficult to win. But nevertheless, she was convicted, but she is innocent of the charge, not because she was not convicted in a court of law, but anybody with open mind, anybody with an objective mind would see that it doesn't make any sense to what she was charged with or what she was convicted of or what she was sentenced to later on. 86 years, and Muazzam, I think, made the point how people who were actually carrying arms against the United States became now people who are negotiating, who have negotiated, and today are ruling Afghanistan itself. The third question you need to ask yourself, why do I need to get involved? Because there are a lot of people who know exactly what happened. They know exactly who Aafia is. They know she's innocent, but they don't get involved because they fear the consequences. Why do I need to get involved? Because this case is about justice, is about freedom, is about truth, is about the ideals that you talk about, human dignity, human rights. And if you don't stand up for the difficult cases, then all other cases that you stand up for, they really don't count for much. I think it was Martin Luther King who says, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And this is one of the gravest injustices that the world has witnessed, where in the land that prides itself on being the land of justice, the home of the free, the home of the brave, and the land of the free. I mean, that can't happen. And it just boggles the mind to know that after 14 years, we're still limping along, that we can't mobilize the people and try to get them to see how unjust this has been. So my message today is very simple. For those who haven't got involved, ask yourself these questions. Who's Aafia? Is she innocent? What do I really care about? And if you answer these questions correctly, you'll be on the side of supporting this movement to free Aafia and to get her back home. She does not deserve to be in prison or to die in prison. And I believe we need to hold the Pakistani government feet to the fire, and the same as the American government. They need to repatriate her. Injustice is enough. What happened to her? We need to bring her back. We need to have justice prevail. Thank you.
Thank you. Jazakallah khair, Dr. Sami. That's always listening to your sharp intellect and your incisive ability to dismantle this case in such a short and easy space speaks to your own experience of what you've gone through and how you've been yourself a target of the very so-called injustice, the justice system that has held Aafia for so long. And of course I see and understand the impact it had on your family that we've discussed before. So one thing I think, brothers and sisters and friends, is that the thing that Brother Mauri alluded to is that people, the first thing they do if they don't know about the case of Aafia is they Google it. And once they Google it, they look at Wikipedia. And once they see Wikipedia, the narrative is set. And that narrative needs to be challenged. We need to put it out everywhere. and attach the word innocent with Aafia. It doesn't matter in the end what people think. We can change people's ideas, especially because, you know, when this whole thing began, Zoom never used to exist. Facebook, when Aafia was taken into custody, there was no Facebook, there was no Twitter, there was no Zoom. We are now in a place where we can make a change and start to push in ways that we couldn't before. And the other thing I have to say is that we must, having Dr. Samia here is an honor. We must celebrate our political prisoners, as other communities have celebrated their political prisoners and risen up. And the only thing I would say about what the point Muhammad made was that perhaps, and maybe I'm wrong, was that this shouldn't be seen in Pakistan as a party political issue. It's not a party political issue, but Aafia is a political prisoner, as were all of the prisoners under Islamophobia held as political prisoners.
Thank you so much, Brother Mazam. Thank you to my dad. And I wholeheartedly concur that Dr. Aafia is very much a political prisoner, and her case is inherently political. Next, I'm honored to introduce Fahed Ahmed, the Executive Director of DRUM based in New York, Daisy's Rising Up and Moving, as well as a board member of CCF who has long advocated for political prisoners in the US. Thank you, Fahed, for joining us. If you can unmute.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much for inviting me to speak on behalf of the case of Sister Aafia. I would like to keep my comments very brief. I think in Sister Aafia's case, we see a convergence of two different aspects of the US government and its policies. Firstly is its policies internationally, which I think for this audience would be a little bit better known. The policies of war, of using militarism to target countries, to target communities, to target people, innocent civilians. Literally millions of people have been killed as a result of US governmental policies. Thousands of people have been imprisoned and unjustly held and tortured. And Sister Aafia is one of those people who was detained and then held in prisons, moved around across the world, and then finally brought to the US. The second aspect is that what's happened to Sister Aafia here in the US is not uncommon. This is very common here in the US, the targeting of political prisoners from different movements, African American movements, civil rights movements, indigenous movements. People have been targeted, put into the worst of conditions, had their legal cases sabotaged. And so Sister Aafia's case represents both the nexus and the epitome of the abuses and the excesses of both America's foreign policies and its domestic policies, particularly as they come to prisoners, defendants, and political prisoners. And so what's happened, it's a unique balance that I want to convey, that like what's happened to Sister Aafia happens to many, many other people as well. And that there is a very large systemic problem at play. And at the same time, while this problem is very common amongst many, like has been experienced by many other people, Sister Aafia's case is like a extreme epitome, an extreme version of both of these aspects of American policies. And so we have to really uplift her case. I saw in the chat, like some people were asking, like sort of like, what should we do? I think there are three places where we can focus. The first, particularly those of us that come from Pakistan, such as myself, should appeal to the Pakistani government, write them letters, make phone calls, people that are connected to people that may be representatives within the government, but put pressure on them to publicly raise the demand for the repatriation of Sister Aafia. Then secondly, for those of us in the US, we have to target within the United States government. Hopefully the panelists, some of the other panelists can highlight sort of like where it is that the lawyers think is the best place for us to channel our energies. And then the third is within communities. We have to take what we hear and take it out into our communities, into our faith homes, into our neighborhoods, into our friend circles, and talk to people and encourage them to learn more about this case, share the information that we've learned here, and then get them to take action. We must pray, we must do what we can internally, but as the prophetic saying goes, like you do have to tie your camel. We do also have to take action. So we make our prayers, but we have to take action. And the two places that we can direct our actions are at the Pakistani government and at the US government. Figure out who it is that we want to target, who it is that we want to pressure, and make the calls, write the letters, meet with them. It is only if all of us do this together that we have a chance of bringing justice to Sister Aafia's case. And through working and supporting her case, uplift and get to learn about the hundreds and thousands of other people that are suffering through similar circumstances, that this is an endemic problem in this country. The whole country is founded on the basis of genocide and the enslavement of people. And so that because it is a country that has never addressed its historical injustices, it continues to repeat them. And the citizens of the United States particularly continue to live by telling themselves lies about what this country is, what its history is, and then what its present is. And we can only undo that, we can only combat that by talking to each other, sharing information through knowledge, through factual information that is very readily available. May Allah grant mercy and release to Sister Aafia. May Allah grant strength and comfort to her families. I believe some of the speakers from the UK can speak about what can be done for the UK. And I wish all of you the best in being able to help push this case forward and being able to do the best that we can. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. Fahad, jazakallah khair for your words and for connecting this to something that's wider and the endemic problem that exists. I do remember when you came to the UK and we spoke together about the COINTELPRO program that targeted Black and African American communities under the same purview of extremism. So this is not anything new, and the accountability process will necessitate that we must invigorate the argument and the discussion that this is something that is endemic, as you've said, it within the United States of America, but it goes also back to it saying you are either with us or against us, with us or the terrorists. There is no other world that exists. It's just us. We are the good guys. The rest of the world who are not with us are the bad guys. And actually, it's the other way around, especially in the case of Aafia Siddiqui, especially in this case. She has been wronged and done no wrong. We've heard to her character. We've heard to her testimony after testimony about what she was like as a person. We've seen the inconsistencies repeatedly in the legal, so-called legal case. We know that there are people who've done far greater, people who've actually taken part in military assaults and killed American soldiers who have not received what Aafia have received. And so we know all of this, the massive inconsistencies and the duplicity that exists in the case of Aafia Siddiqui. So it only stands then that there must be voices strong enough, powerful enough, courageous enough to be able to say enough is enough. This woman needs to come back. Otherwise, there will be consequences. The consequences to this is one, of course, her hands will raise in the middle of the night against you, but so will ours. And so will us. We will stand and call you out and say that your hypocrisy and your targeting and your brutality and ruthlessness against this one sole woman in this way. And I say this as somebody who's held by the United States of America, who's been tortured, who have seen people murdered by American soldiers with my eyes in front of me in Bagram, a place that Aafia had been held. I say this as somebody who's campaigned for people who've been held and continue to be held in Guantanamo without charge or trial. I say this as somebody whose best friend was held for 14 years in Guantanamo, who came out to see children that he'd never met in his life, and they were teenagers. I say this despite all of that, that Aafia's case is the worst that I've come across, and she's one of the only unresolved cases in the war on terror that exists still. I unfortunately have to leave you, but my erstwhile colleagues from Cage, Shazana Hafiz, and Sister Sarwat also will be here, inshallah, to continue and to offer you some points of action further on. I did want to listen to you all further, and I hope I will once, because it's being recorded. But I, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you. This has been a very, really extremely important event. I think one of the most important worldwide on the case of Aafia, and I hope it becomes a launch pad to reignite her case and to bring it back onto the lips of the world, and particularly of Pakistan, who at the time used to call her this amazing term, Qaum ki beti, the daughter of the nation. Jazakumullah khair. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you so much, Muazzam. Those are very powerful concluding thoughts from you. We really appreciate your time. I too, unfortunately, will have to be signing off. I will be present, but just off camera in my hosting duties. We'll go on to Sarwat Malik. She is the Political Advocacy Director at CCF, and Shazana Hafiz, the Outreach Coordinator at Cage, and is the leader of the International Witness Campaign that many of partnering organizations were a part of to mark 20 years of the War on Terror. Please do stay around. I will be as well. We still have some remarks coming up from Gibran Nasser, who many of you know, prominent lawyer, attorney, activist in Pakistan. We have a number of supporters of Dr. Aafia, attorney for the family, campaigners. We will have video remarks from Noam Chomsky and from Imam Omar Suleiman, and we will have our list of demands that will be shared by Sarwat and Shazana. And for everybody who registered for this event, you will be receiving the list of actions that you can take. So we'll be following up with the video of this for those who missed it, as well as the list of actions that you can take. Thank you all so much for being here. Please do stay around, stick around. I'll be here just off camera. Take care. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. I'm Sarwat Malik, Political Advocacy Director for the Coalition for Civil Freedoms. It is my honor to be here today for this important cause that I've basically, for the past 20 years, have heard of, while shaping my own political knowledge. I wanted to share some thoughts, which we will later. I'm honored to be co-hosting with Shazana Hafiz of Cage. I wanted to introduce next as our speaker, Muhammad Gibran Nasser. He's a lawyer, a civil rights activist, and a politician from Karachi, Pakistan. And he needs no further introduction. Gibran, if you can unmute yourself.
Assalamu alaikum, and good afternoon and good evening to everybody. Thank you for the opportunity for me to come and contribute on this very important discussion. Gathering from what I've heard so far, there is no doubt that the question regarding Aafia is not just a question of a plight of a woman. It's not a question about an isolated incident, but it really is a question about one's belief in democracy, one's belief in rule of law, one's belief in civil liberties, the right to a fair trial. And do we really denounce and deny the politics of Islamophobia, xenophobia, and polarization? Or do we really are full of contradictions? And whether in Pakistan or in the USA, we selectively show our resentment towards the politics of polarization or xenophobia. And furthermore, what I want to highlight, speaking from Pakistan, and before me, Amina Jinjua spoke elaborately about it, that the question regarding the release of Aafia also poses a question of opening a Pandora box in Pakistan. But I'd like to start up with the thing that I believe the concept or how Aafia has been built up, and people have been talking about it, that once you Google her name, you go on Wikipedia and you see a certain narrative, and that needs to be deconstructed because there is so much fixation with the question that is she guilty or not, rather than the question that was she abducted or lawfully arrested? Was she illegally detained for many years, or was she immediately given access to a lawyer? Did a miscarriage of justice take place from day one, or are we only questioning the length of the sentence and whether she committed the act or not? So once we go to the root of the problem and start questioning how this entire incident came about, of course, the entire case against Aafia becomes highly questionable, or rather falls apart. Now, the problem here is, and many people tuning in or logging in from around the world are wondering that why is Pakistan so reluctant, given the fact that Aafia is a Pakistani citizen. There has been a lot of politics around Aafia. A lot of political leaders, while in opposition, have often claimed around her. But why hasn't the state of Pakistan formally made or used diplomatic channels for Aafia's release? And why is there a resistance or an apprehension regarding that? And the problem is that it's not that Aafia was alone in being abducted or being illegally detained, or there was a particular period in time where certain things happened during the dictatorship. The problem is that those habits or those crimes which were entrenched in how intelligence operations are carried out in Pakistan carried on for a long time, and now the menace of state-enforced disappearances has spread across the country. And people belonging to different religious backgrounds, different ethnic backgrounds, different linguistic backgrounds, and different class backgrounds have become subject to this. And the release of Aafia opens that Pandora box, that it gives legitimacy to all those different civil rights movements in Pakistan which denounce and decry the practice of enforced disappearances. And it gives legitimacy to their claims that yes, crimes have been committed, unconstitutional and criminal acts have been committed by the state itself against its own citizens. So in order to avoid that question, the case, I believe, has not and probably will not be supported by at least the security apparatus in Pakistan. Now, another question is, if the state is not willing to pursue, what about the civil society? What about the usual subjects when people talk about civil society or the progressives or the seculars in Pakistan? Now, we perhaps have to go back in time and see that Pakistan, when the incident happened, there was no concept of internal accountability because a dictator was in place, General Musharraf, and there was no concept of international accountability because America was and is the moral police of the world, or likes to be, and America likes to define for the world what human rights violations are. But at that time, America deemed it fit that, acts like Patriot Act is necessary domestically, and violating various UN resolutions or not even considering to consult UN is perfectly fine in what it deemed or classified as the global war against terror. And of course, at that time, I believe that people were not even familiar with the term Islamophobia because nobody in the mainstream wanted to admit that there is such a thing that you're afraid of Muslims. It was considered a normal thing to beware of Muslims, to be wary of them, to have apprehensions about them, to have doubts about them. That was the mainstream notion. Now, in Pakistan, usually the civil society is the space which has been occupied by the liberals, the neoliberals, or you also would call within the class structure the elites. And they often relate more to Western values and Western interpretations and Western translations of what human rights are. So the polarization also existed within the Pakistan society, where we saw that those who denounce US imperialism, or those who see US policies as a conspiracy, or those who saw the global war on terror as a conspiracy, were found to be relating more to the cause of Aafia. And whereas those who believe that US is the authority, or the Western policy, or the Western narrative on human rights is the right narrative, bought into the idea that Aafia Siddiqui is what she is made out to be, and that was Lady Al-Qaeda. And it is very hard to talk about Lady Al-Qaeda. It's very hard to talk about justice for Lady Al-Qaeda, because that's how the question was framed. Are you for her or are you against her? So that whole process of demonization, that whole process of dehumanization, that whole process of taking away the human story of what happened to Aafia and what's happened to her family after that was also built in. And now perhaps people have become more aware in the post-Trump era about political correctness, about not being so fearful and apprehensive, and what racism and bigotry is, and are wearing their civil liberties or on their sleeves, and are getting offended by anything which could be problematic. But back then, the question was not framed like that. And somehow it has become part of our collective memory in that way, and it's framed that way. So I believe this whole question needs to be asked again about one's belief in democracy, one's belief in rule of law, one's belief in fair trial and civil liberties, because that's how you need to address the question of Aafia Siddiqui's release. It is not about one woman, it's about your own values. Either you admit to the fact that we are hypocritical, we are self-contradictory, we choose the politics of convenience, we like to look for the perfect victim who the media and the mainstream media has empathized with, who is presented in the perfect circumstances, or we challenge ourselves because it is always in problematic situations. It is always in such situations that your own values are crystallized and your own belief in rule of law is crystallized. So I would urge people who may through this platform in Pakistan be listening to it, who previously have perhaps not understood the ordeal of Aafia Siddiqui and the bigger question she poses, not just for the United States, but in Pakistan as well. And they perhaps reconsider it and join voices across the channel for the sake of human rights, for the sake of human dignity, for the sake of civil liberties, for the sake of our own constitution in Pakistan, which guarantees due process and fair trial. And the state will continue to oppose, but those believing in democracy need to make the state also retract, push back, and change its policies and reform its view on how security situation in Pakistan has to be handled, and abandon this practice, this criminal practice of state enforced disappearances. Otherwise, we would continue to be in a deadlock. Then perhaps the only way to fight this battle would be in US, but it would be such a great disservice. And as a Pakistani, I feel this, that as a citizen, we want our own country to take our ownership. And Aafia needs Pakistan to take her ownership. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gibran, for your powerful contribution, and I couldn't agree more. I think there definitely has to be ownership taken on Pakistan's part as well as USA. And I hope that this event is a springboard to continue this work. We have next a video message from Sheikh Omar Suleiman, who sends his apologies. He's not able to join us and be here with us, but we have a video message from him. But just before I play that, I just wanted to apologize that I know it has been a lengthy event, and thank you so much for joining and for staying with us. We wanted to give everybody an opportunity to speak and show their solidarity and support for Aafia. So thank you for bearing with us. So I will just share the video.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, dear brothers and sisters. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward you all for standing up for Dr. Aafia and for other Muslim political prisoners and political prisoners in general that have been wrongfully imprisoned and had their basic human rights and legal rights stripped away from them. I recently wrote an article, in fact, about how Muslim organizations and efforts have been silenced in regards to speaking for political prisoners that are Muslim, because there is so much risk to being associated with the things that these prisoners are associated with. And so if you insist on the rights of these prisoners, or if you insist that there are holes in the prosecution and there are obvious injustices in the ways they've been dealt with, then you are also going to be smeared with the very thing that you are saying that they are likely smeared with. And this is the case for Muslim political prisoners in general in a post 9/11 world. Now, in the case of Dr. Aafia Siddiqui, when former Attorney General Ramsey Clark says this is the worst case of individual injustice that he has ever seen in his career, that has to give us pause. The amount of holes in her case, the things that she was subjected to. And if someone, says, well, what about, the things that she may have said in the courtroom? Well, why was she in the courtroom in the first place? And what brought her to the United States in the first place? And is things, what was her mental state at the time? And are the things that she said, deserving of 86 years, essentially a lifetime in prison, despite all of the wrongdoings that were done against her? Nothing changes in regards to her case and the legal basis that must be argued here for her freedom. Nothing changes whatsoever. There is no doubt whatsoever that people like Dr. Aafia, like Imam Jamil Amin, and many others have been treated wrongfully and have not been given the same rights that others have been given in a post 9/11 world. And so what I want to remind everyone is that you cannot be intimidated into silence. And it is important for us to recognize that, yes, pressure comes upon us as individuals and organizations. Our jobs may be at risk, right-wing smear campaigns, all that is going to happen, right? But at the end of the day, the pressure that you will face, the hardships that you will face for speaking up for people that are in solitary confinement and completely, invisibilized from the public space, who basic questions cannot be asked about. The pressure that you will face is not equal to the persecution that they are under. And that is what you are accountable to. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will ask you, God will ask you about this, about your silence. Do not be silent with this injustice. It is an obvious and blatant injustice, and it requires people of faith, people of moral conscience to stand up and to say that these questions remain unanswered. And so long as you have these holes, you must give this woman her freedom, and you must give freedom to all of those that have been detained under these types of circumstances, and shut down illegal, prisons like Guantanamo Bay, and give people the same legal rights that you deem sacred to every other human being and every other person. The fact that they are Muslim does not allow you to remove all of those things, those protections that you have guaranteed to everyone else. And so thank you all for continuing to raise your voice for her. And for all these Muslim prisoners, political prisoners in general, thank you, if you're not Muslim, for letting your moral conscience be so inspiring to everybody, to remind us of this basic call, this basic moral duty to speak up for those that are most wrong. And I pray that the rest of this is a success, inshallah. I wish I could have been with you live, but I hope, inshallah ta'ala, that the message is loud and clear that we have to support Dr. Aafia and other people that have not had their basic legal rights guaranteed to them. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
We want to thank Dr. Imam Umar Salahan for those powerful words, and always being not just our leader in terms of our religious guidance, but constantly grounding himself in work of social justice. And it gives us a lot of strength when we have people grounded in that space to be with us on the front lines of human rights abuses, and in cases such as Dr. Aafia's. So thank you, Dr. Umar Salahan, for being with us virtually. and even more virtually via video. Next, I want to introduce to speak Dr. Mel Underbacky. She is the Deputy Executive Director for the Coalition for Civil Freedoms, a fellow colleague, also a founder for Friends of Human Rights. Mel has dedicated a lifetime of work for fighting for those unjustly targeted, especially on the war of terror. I would like to hand it over to Mel.
Thank you. Yes, hello everybody. As she said, I was the founder of the Friends of Human Rights, which is a grassroots group that began in Tampa, Florida, to support Samuel Arian when he was unjustly indicted on terrorism charges. This group continues to support people who have been targeted in the war on terror. And this was actually my introduction to this whole kind of this situation. When I first heard about Aafia's case, I was shocked and horrified that anyone could be treated the way that she was. As you know, first she was disappeared for 5 years along with her 3 children. And she said that during those years she was held in the CIA black site, and her name appeared twice in footnotes in the Senate Intelligence Committee report on torture. So I think all the indications are that she had been tortured and abused for 5 years. When she mysteriously reappeared on the streets of Afghanistan, she was detained by Afghan police. While at the police station, the accusation is that she picked up a gun that happened to be lying around and tried to shoot US soldiers and FBI agents. So this was a ridiculous charge in the first place. Plus, there was absolutely no forensic evidence to support those charges. No fingerprints on the gun, etc. And Aafia is the only one who was shot, and she almost died. So based on these events, she was brought to the United States, tried and found guilty, and sentenced to 86 years. This entire case is ludicrous. I say 86 years is a very long time in a case in which only the supposed perpetrator was injured. Criminals who actually hurt someone get much shorter sentences. And in this case, Aafia didn't hurt anyone. The sentence is unbelievable, even just looking at the charges, not considering guilt or innocence at all. So many people convicted of terrorism get very long sentences because of the terrorism enhancement. But she was not convicted of terrorism. She was not even charged with terrorism. And so this draconian sentence is incredibly unjust. Aafia has been suffering greatly for 20 years, almost 20 years. Her children are now grown. She has missed their childhood. It's time to free her and let her go home to her family. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mel, for your contribution. We have next joining us Shamshad Saeed, who's the spokesperson and CEO for South African National Muslim Women's Forum in Norway. So if I can ask you to come on, thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm actually not from Norway. I wish I'm actually from South Africa. And tonight, I just want to congratulate the entire Ummah, because this, what we're seeing tonight, what we're witnessing tonight is actually an answer to our prayer, that the entire world comes to be conscientized about the predicament, the plight of Sister Aafia Siddiqui, who's now incarcerated in Caswell, Texas. This journey has led us to travel the world in search of protecting the honor of women, because Sister Aafia Siddiqui, Dr. Aafia Siddiqui, is the poster child of human suffering, the poster child of women suffering. And it's a call upon the men of the world. This is an eye-opener for you, that the women need you to be men, finally, hopefully, with this case of Sister Aafia Siddiqui. Having said that, I've heard so many people say tonight that they need to reignite this the case of Sister Aafia Siddiqui, Dr. Aafia Siddiqui. Well, we recognize her as Hafiza Alima Aafia Siddiqui. And for the 10th consecutive year, we host a Kirat Jalsa for people, women, as old as 83 and as young as 3, in commemorating Hafiza Alima Aafia Siddiqui, who lived and love the Quran Kareem. And with it follows a discourse on who Dr. Aafia Siddiqui is, why she's incarcerated, where she is, where she's from, what we need to do, and how she needs to be in our prayers all the time. So we're keeping the light of Dr. Aafia Siddiqui's predicament alive, and we've done it consistently from the time we met Dr. Fowzia Siddiqui, who, by the way, we hosted with Altaf Shakur out here in South Africa, in almost all the 9 main provinces that we have in this country. And we've done several fundraisers for the legal causes, etc. We also have our Muslim Lawyers Association out here in South Africa, who have some kind of solution or some kind of alternative idea on how to have Sister Aafia Siddiqui, Dr. Aafia Siddiqui released that can be interrogated in a future discussion. But all things said and done, I'm not going to waste your time in telling you who Dr. Aafia Siddiqui is, except leave that to the academics and the lawyers. What can civil society do? What are we busy with at this moment of time? I think everybody has technology on the fingertips. I'm 61 years old. But I tell you, I'm very technologically savvy, and I'm sure you know all the youth around you. You can be a family of 3, and each one's in the old world of technology. We're asking the entire world to use that technological skill that you have to flood social media on the 30th of March, so that not just tonight the people who are present, but the entire world and more, including we take the governments on social media, every platform, whether it's Twitter, whether it's Instagram, whether it's Facebook. We flood social media with whatever essentials we need to let the world know about the predicament of Sister Aafia Siddiqui. And even if it means that governments get humiliated, so be it. This is what we do best, alert the entire world to what is happening, and let's see what happens after this. Because we were told tonight, let's think out of the box, as Brother Altaf Shakur said. We have the greatest weapon in our hand, which is media. Let's use it. We've tried mainstream media. They'll give you a half an hour, etc. But social media is yours to play with. Use it effectively. That's all I have to say. I want to wish all the panelists and all the other speakers success in whatever you're wishing to do, but be very determined to do this. So the South African National Muslim Women's Forum, we are representative all over South Africa, that we are going to be embarking on this, and we hope that you will join us in this massive campaign where we flood social media and dare governments to speak about Dr. Aafia Siddiqui. Jazakallah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Ms. Shamshadu. It's so nice to hear from you, to see voices coming from all angles of the continent. It just makes us stronger when we unite from everywhere. And for raising your voice for Dr. Aafia, it means a lot to her advocates, her family, and everyone that's concerned about her case. Next, I'd like to introduce Zaina Al-Debs, a lead campaigner, Friends of Aafia in the UK. And before Sister Zaina starts, I just wanted to take a moment to thank everyone who's been on the call, especially from the beginning. I wanted to thank everyone who's joined us from Pakistan, and it's very late there, from the UK, from South Africa. Please bear with us as we are running a little behind, and for allowing us to juggle the schedule to allow speakers that are in different parts of the world to accommodate them as we try to get through the program. We just felt that it was very important that on a stage like this, given the opportunity, that we get as many voices as we can for Dr. Aafia, and hopefully, as Shazana says, this be a springboard for future actions. So we do feel that it's really important, but we want to apologize for taking up so much of your time. Thank you. And Sister Zaina, you can take the stage.
Yes, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, everyone. Thank you for inviting me tonight. And I want to thank Lena and all the organizers of this conference. My name is Zaina, and we're part of Friends of Aafia Siddiqui UK. We've been campaigning for 9 years now for this case of Dr. Aafia, and I'm not going to go back as well on all the details of her case. I'm glad to meet today with other campaigners from all around the world, and especially from the UK. Where have you been all this time? MPAC UK, Islam 21C, Cage. We've been trying to meet up with other people in the UK to further this campaign, and I'm really thankful that we can all meet together. I just want to say one thing before I start, is that if someone is sentenced, it does not mean necessarily that they are guilty. People immediately point the finger of suspicion when someone is sentenced or is in prison. Yet we see in the Quran that Yusuf, Prophet Joseph, stayed many years in prison and he was innocent. A whole chapter in the Quran is dedicated to Prophet Yusuf. So this should remind us that even prophets have been imprisoned and they were innocent. So this is something that I'd like to say, and we should always try to bring the good narrative and the truth to everyone. I would like to point out at many different solutions, looking at it from different aspects. First of all, on the practical aspect, if we've got Nazarene today, who was freed from Iran after 5 years of campaigning from her husband, and the British government was able to bring her back with other people. Why hasn't the Pakistani government taken care of one of their citizens and been able to bring her back? If Aafia was sold before, like it was mentioned before, for just $55,000, how was the British government able to pay $400 million for something, or pounds for some case? So therefore, if there is a practical solution in gathering money, as was mentioned by Muhammad, to bring back Aafia, then we should use that practical solution. Another suggestion is the legal solution. If Aafia was abducted with her children, isn't there a legal case there for abduction of children or abduction of Aafia, abduction of women? Couldn't we focus our efforts on this? This is another solution. Third solution, the political solution. We know that this is a political case, and we have been campaigning at the consulates of Pakistan here in the UK. Many times in Manchester, 2 days ago in Birmingham, we have been to London, and we aim to go to the other cities of the UK. As well, we have been to the US Embassy. Where should we focus? To the Pakistani consulates around the world, or at the US embassies? We should all unite and discuss this point to know where we should bring the pressure more. Also, we have been trying to campaign and gather all the counselors in the UK who have a Pakistani origin or Asian origin, so that we can get more political pressure and get them to do something for Aafia's case. Outside Pakistan, the third most populated country of Pakistanis is the UK, in front of Saudi Arabia and UAE. But we have freedom here of speech. So we should be able to have a political pressure here done in the parliament for Aafia Siddiqui. Fourthly, the moral solution, unity. Allah is one, and we should be united. And I'm so thankful today for this united front, where we are all here. And we are at the beginning of Ramadan. We turn to Allah. And we know that it's by being united that we will be able to do something better and to gain victory. What happened to the people, to the Muslims at the Battle of Badr? They lost, they won because they were united. And the Battle of Uhud, they disobeyed the Prophet ﷺ, so they lost. So when we are united, we can gain victory. Also, the justice and the dignity, from a justice point of view, and from this point of view, we should remember that we should always look for justice and remind everyone and raise awareness. We've been trying to raise awareness here as much as possible. We've met Yvonne Ridley, Alhajimuri Salahan visited us. We've met Dr. Fowzia, we've many activists here, but still we need more, and we need to do more. Another practical solution. In Pakistan, there are so many people who fear and who do not want their faces to be shown for what they have done. Why don't we choose a neutral country where Aafia could go to? Is this a solution that we can offer, that so that she could go, and then maybe later, when the you know, that the wind is clearer and the tides have turned, she could go to Pakistan. And finally, I want to give this spiritual solution that maybe we hate something and there is good in it. And maybe we like something and it is bad for us. We might hate what happened to Aafia and she might hate it. But where would we be today? We are all meeting today in one platform, talking about something uniting. And that is what Aafia wanted. She campaigned. She was a brilliant academic, a da'iyah. She was in the universities. And we all remember her speech in Houston wearing yellow and talking to people. And she is a brilliant humanist and a brilliant mother, a dedicated intellectual. And therefore, wouldn't she be, you know, this is all of us united today and talking about this, because Allah does not change a condition until they change what is in themselves. Let's use this month of Ramadan to try and change ourselves, to try and be better. It's only when we are sincere in what we are doing, when we are united, when we turn to God sincerely, that we will be able to have victory. And by raising awareness more and more around us, and by trying to gain more of these different facets, that hopefully we will be able to gain some front, we can gain some advances in this case. We've been trying so hard, and I can see the changes. I've been campaigning for this for the last 9 years, and I have seen the winds of change now happening since this last year. First of all, for the first time ever, we have an imam of our mosque who came to speak our protest. We never had imams come before, just like Umar Suleiman. Many Pakistani organizations have joined us. They didn't used to dare speak about anything. They always used to be afraid. Now they share with us their logo and they accept to speak with us. We also have many different women from different Pakistani, different organizations who join us. So we can see the winds of change, and I hope we can keep up the pressure and keep on joining hands together to hopefully free Aafia. And inshallah, thank you very much for this. Jazakumullah khair.
Barakallahu feek. Jazakallah khair, Sister Zina, for all your efforts. I know you've been coordinating rallies and your efforts over the years. Alhamdulillah, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept them. It's been wonderful to hear from you, as always. Next on, we have Zamran Ahmed Butt, who's the leader and part of the Justice for Aafia movement in Norway. Do we have Zamran?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum salam.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. First and foremost, just like again to thank you all for arranging this important event, and honored to be here, and especially thanks to CCF and Cage. I'll keep my talk brief because much has been said from wise people and many wise words. I just quickly want to share how I got involved in Aafia's case and the importance of spreading awareness and correct knowledge, because this Wikipedia narrative has been mentioned a few times, and my experience with that was a bit different. In 2013, when we had this hostage situation in Algeria, in Amina, where some terrorists attacked this large oil platform owned by Norway's largest oil company, Statoil. Many Norwegian citizens were there, and obviously it was all over the news. And the hostage takers demanded some prisoners to be set free, and among them was Aafia Siddiqui, and that's how her name came on my screen. And that's also the way the Western propaganda was facing her, like this Lady Al-Qaeda, a Pakistani mother of three, which didn't actually make any sense the first time. And that led me to the next thing, which was to reading this Wikipedia article. And that just created another big question mark in my brain and led me to think that something is fishy, something's not right. And the more I kept digging, the more research I made, the more I realized that this is a huge injustice towards our sister. I couldn't sleep. And knowing what I knew, I couldn't remain silent. And that was the start of Justice for Aafia Norway back in 2013. And we have been raising awareness for her since then. And inshallah, we'll continue to do so. Awareness is key. Nowadays, there's so many different ways to do this, like has been mentioned before. So I just urge everyone to keep doing that and keep having each other's back. Brother Faizan said a few times recently that we won't give up until our sister is free. Inshallah, she will be free. And just to have that said out loud just gives this boost to everyone, and to be present among so many strugglers for justice like Brother Alhajimuri Salahan and Sister Fowzia Siddiqui, amongst others, Brother and Sister Aryan, etc. Being present in front of us, that's also a huge motivation. So we shouldn't give up, and with our faith at front, please keep fighting for Aafia Siddiqui. 30th of March, we have an event at the University of Oslo here. So inshallah, that's the first time in Norway Aafia Siddiqui will have her own case study at the university. And inshallah, we'll keep raising awareness. Jazakumullah khair so much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you so much for that, Zamran. I can't emphasize enough the feeling of what it feels like to, as you said, have your back, because sometimes we do, even as bold activists, get afraid of certain things, and I don't think there's any late time to come into this, as long as we all have a different learning curve, and we're all exposed to things at a different time, and once we get there, and we realize that, you know what, it's absolutely our human obligation and our religious obligation to step up and advocate, we just start doing it, and we accept those people that come and join our hands with sincerity to join the cause. And I feel like, you know, I look at the people around me and I say, oh my God, they're my age and they've been doing this for 20 years. Where was I? But, you know, we all have a different path that we've taken and different things that happen in our lives. And as long as we get there and we keep advocating, I think we'll be okay. With that said, I wanted to introduce our next speaker, Sister Myra Khan. I wanted to thank her for her unwavering support to join our cause from the very beginning, to contribute from Islam 21C, to contribute the posts, and, you know, just kind of have been a right hand for us while we prepare for this rally. So I wanted to thank you for that. It's nice to put a face to the post and the article. Sister Myra is a campaigns coordinator for Islam 21C, campaign leads for Stand for the Uyghur campaign. Myra, you can take the stage.
Yeah, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum and hello everyone. Firstly, you know, it's an absolute honor to be here. Thank you so much to CAGE and CCF and the organizers and the speakers today. It's such an honor to be here and to hear everyone's speeches and really, really valuable advice, actually. I'll keep mine short. It's an extremely important case for many reasons. It not only reveals the rooted flaws, deep-rooted flaws of the so-called justice system, which has enabled Sister Aafia's persecution, it reveals the current environment of hostility we are still living in, and we can still see the impacts of the global war on terror today. This global war on terror rhetoric has been used by states to justify violence against Muslim individuals for years, and it is a key reason why our sister has been robbed of years she should have been spent giving to the community and being with her children and family. So, you know, it's, you know, without any doubt, it's an honor to be here to talk about this important case, and it's almost like it's no question as to why we should not be here. And I just wanted to end my contribution with a small reflection is that this is all also a reminder that none of us are really free until Dr. Aafia Siddiqui is free. We have an obligation as a collective, as previously said by Sister Zaina, that we have an obligation as a collective to be a voice of justice for those who are oppressed, and this is part of our faith. Dr. Aafia's case, like many others, should wake us up and instill within us this sense of responsibility of the condition of Muslims all over the world. You know, unfortunately, we don't live in a world where we can offload responsibility to courtrooms and expect a fair and just outcome. And we cannot assume that the condition of a person will change by doing nothing ourselves. If we truly believe that justice will be served in the next life by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the all-knowing, the all-wise, we should thus know with certainty that we will face obstacles and trials in this imperfect world when on our pursuit of justice. So we cannot continue watching our sister grow old in a prison cell. We cannot be content with this. And we must, with every capacity that we have, fight for her freedom, because until Aafia is free, none of us are truly free. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Jazakumullah khair, and again to everyone. It's an honor.
Jazakallah khair, Myra. Jazakallah khair for your contributions and for supporting this rally with your time, your effort, and the article that you put together. I will share that in the comment section for those that are joining us today, so that they can have a read as well and get an insight into Aafia's case. And we've had a lot of questions as well that have come through, and a lot of those are answered in the article. Next on, we have Sally Eberhardt. She's an organizer with No Separate Justice, a social worker, a professor of graduate social work, and a human rights researcher. Thank you so much, Sally, for joining us today.
Thank you so much. And I just want to echo what everyone else has said. Thank you to CAGE and thank you to CCF for hosting this. I'll keep my comments brief because I know there's a lot more to talk about, and I know there's going to be questions as well. But I just wanted to say, I got involved in this work in 2009 back in New York City. I now live in Liverpool, but in New York City, we started organizing weekly protests outside of the Metropolitan Correctional Center in Lower Manhattan. And people tonight have talked about black sites. And one of the things that the campaign was trying to do was to show the black sites that were actually within the United States. We talked about them being hidden in plain sight. And one of those places was the Metropolitan Detention Center, which is where Dr. Aafia was held. As many people may know that are keeping up with these things, the Metropolitan Correctional Center in Lower Manhattan was recently closed over the summer of 2021. It's unclear whether it'll be open again, but a lot of the prisoners there were transferred to the Metropolitan Detention Center where Dr. Aafia was held. And one of the things that the campaign that we worked on tried to do with our weekly vigils outside the black site in Lower Manhattan was to try to raise awareness for people that it's not just Guantanamo, it's not just Bagram, it's right here on domestic soil. And I think just to add to the debate, to what we're discussing here, that part of what is so overwhelming about these different cases, including Dr. Aafia's, is the kind of arbitrary nature of American justice, so-called justice, that people are held in pretrial detention in solitary, as Dr. Aafia was, and as Fahed Ahmed also pointed out, we're talking about hundreds of other people that are held in similar detention circumstances, which we would say are tantamount to torture. I don't want to overwhelm people with this, that there's enough to tackle on each of these individual cases, but I just wanted to draw back that it is something that we have to look at as a systematic violation of human rights. And again, I got involved in 2009, 8 years into the war on terror, and here we are in 2022, still talking about systematic injustices and abuses that are tantamount to pretrial and post-trial torture. I did want to echo one thing that Zaina, who spoke before me, said, and that is, I guess, to end on a positive note, which is that I have been involved for 13 years and there have been a lot of changes. Back in 2009, the number of groups, human rights groups, big and small, that would get involved in things and come out and protest in front of the Metropolitan Detention Center in Manhattan were very small. And 13 years later, you know, there's been a lot of movement. I'm not saying it's perfect, but we have to stay optimistic that our movement to shed a spotlight on these injustices will continue to grow. And I do think it will continue to grow. And I think, especially now that we're 20 years on since the start of this madness, that we will continue to build momentum. I said I was going to keep it short, so I will. And I just really want to say thank you to everybody that's organized this. I'm really glad to see the momentum again. Now that I live in the UK, I hope that I can get involved in this side of things. And there's certainly a lot of work to be done in all the different countries that are involved in the relentless ongoing war on terror that we see.
Thank you so much, Sally. Those are powerful words. And I think that, I would love to be here all day and listen to more of what you had to say. And you said you wanted to keep it brief, but, there's such a mystery that's created around the whole subject. And that's why we need people like you to constantly, with your work and experience in this field, to tell us, as a layperson, when you talk about Black sites being in plain sight, people are scared. People, those terms, unfortunately, the media and Hollywood have created such a mystery around it and such a fear around it that you don't even ask the questions. So it's important for us to keep doing these informative sessions and having people with the background to give us knowledge so we can, advocate strongly and aptly in those areas. So I thank you again for being with us today. So we are going to now, thank you everyone again for your patience. We are now going to transition back to our US speakers, and we can't thank them enough for being extremely patient. Some of you have been here since the beginning, but before we begin, we're going to share a very precious short message, powerful message from Professor Noam Chomsky, who was Dr. Aafia's professor at MIT, and for whom she served as his TA in his class. He had some words that he wanted to share with all of you and the rest of the world.
Thank you so much.
Aafia Siddiqui, who happens to be a former student of mine years ago, is one of the many victims of the so-called war on terror. Her torment began 20 years ago. She was identified as an Al-Qaeda operative by a suspect who was then undergoing severe torture. Obviously, his comments mean nothing. She herself was illegally detained for years, perhaps by Pakistani intelligence, perhaps in one of the CIA's notorious black sites. No one really knows. We do know that she was subjected to torture, separated from her children, who also suffered severe abuse, and whose fate for several of them is unknown. Dr. Siddiqui was charged and convicted of attempting to shoot an American officer while she was detained under highly abusive conditions. At best, at the time of her trial, a Muslim woman acting strangely was unlikely to be treated without prejudice. The evidence was dubious. There was no forensic evidence. Witness reports conflicted. At the very least, the trial was questionable. Dr. Aafia Siddiqui has spent many years in prison. More than enough time has passed for a little mercy and compassion. She has suffered more than enough. Justice requires that she be allowed to resume what remains of her life after the awful experiences she has endured for 20 years. Thank you.
Those were some powerful words from. It's always very overwhelming to hear him and have him amongst us. And his dedication to this work and to fight for human rights and justice is unparalleled. And we thank him for, without any questions, speaking to us and sending these words for Dr. Aafia. With that said, I'd like to introduce next Sarah Flounders. Sarah is a principal leader for International Action Center, CCF board member, author, and activist. Sarah, if you can unmute yourself. I know she was driving and she said that she can speak.
Freak out.
I think we have her. There you go.
Okay, am I unmuted?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, you're muted again. I think you're, if you can
Okay.
unmute. Yeah.
All right. Well, let me first thank Cage and thank the Coalition Civil Freedoms, and thank Dr. Fowzia Siddiqui and the whole family for once again finding a way to raise the case of our sister, Dr. Aafia Siddiqui. Oh, these cruel, cruel years. This international event, I think, gives everyone new hope, new confidence, a new way of continuing. It's very important not to be silent, but to keep this struggle going, to keep it alive, to keep organizing events that call for the repatriation, the return of Dr. Aafia Siddiqui. This is really one of the most outrageous cases of torture, of criminal abuse, at a time when Islamophobia was at its height. And yet it is still a horrendous record of anti-Muslim bigotry. I attended Aafia Siddiqui's trial in New York City. It was a sensationalized media extravaganza, not a word of justice or even of a trial to be truthful. And there's no accurate record of this trial to this day, because every time that Aafia would cry out that she was tortured, every time that she would plead that for an end to the abusive strip searches, which are a form of torture, again, given her grievous wounds, the judge would order her words stricken from the court record because she was speaking out of turn. So that in itself shows you how this trial was nothing but a publicity of a woman who was the only one injured. Not one soldier had a scratch, not one piece of evidence matched. So you had a trial that was not a trial at all, and a conviction where the case was doubled and then tripled in the sentencing because it was a terrorism charge. So there's no justice whatsoever in the case, in the charges, and in the years of torture since, in the years of solitary confinement. And there's no worse example of the abuse of a woman that I can think of, that we know of on record, and yet it continues. So for everyone who raises Dr. Aafia Siddiqui's name, and in this month of women's history, we want to continue to raise her name, to continue with petitions, with actions, with the protests. I do remember also, just to say, during her trial, that even to get into the trial took 3 layers of security and searches and name gathering that made it onerous for her many supporters who were gathered outside to even be able to be in the courtroom. And since that time, she has been held in, as we know, under terrible conditions in Carswell Federal Prison in Texas. So thank you for those who raise and continue to raise and continue to campaign, which we must do until Dr. Aafia Siddiqui is repatriated to Pakistan, returned to her family. That would never be justice, because there is no justice considering what has happened to her, but that would be the beginning of a healing. One other thing I'll say, the US war in Afghanistan is over. So it's past the time for the release of all the prisoners of the US war on terror, a horrendous war from start to finish. Free Dr. Aafia Siddiqui and return her to her family.
Thank you so much, Sarah, for joining us. Thank you so much for your testimony, your powerful testimony about how you were present at Aafia's trial and what took place. That's given me goosebumps just listening to that. And you're right, we have to keep advocating, we have to organize, we have to mobilize. And on your final note, on 20 years of war, on the withdrawal of troops from Afghanistan, this echo and this call has to get louder. And this collective rally today, bringing together people from all over the world, is evidence to the fact that there's definitely a momentum there, and we just have to continue and have consistency in our efforts. Next on, we have Brother Jihad Abdul Mu'min, who's the chairperson of the National Jericho Movement, which advocates on behalf of all political prisoners of the US empire, from the Black Panthers and liberation activists to Muslims victimized by the war on terror. Over to you, Brother Jihad. Jazakallah khair.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you, my dear sister. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Again, my name is Jihad Abdul Mu'min. I'm the chairperson of the National Jericho Movement. And as my dear sister just said, we represent quite a few political prisoners, Black, brown, and indigenous and European political prisoners in the United States. And I don't have that much to say, only because the comments that came before me were so profound, very sad commentaries, very articulated commentaries, so we can all understand what's going on. The United States has been super duper successful in creating the narrative that it does not have any political prisoners, even if, and there's only criminals. And even recently, I don't know if you was watching the hearings for the new Justice Jackson. You know, one of the Republican senators said, you know, comments about being soft on crime. He referenced the Muslims still in Guantanamo Bay, and what he said reflects everything that this government thinks about not only Aafia, but all political prisoners that we know are there for political reasons. You know, they can die there. I hope they die there. I'll kill them myself. And nobody on the floor stopped or objected for him making these egregious remarks. And all those prisoners being without charges. So you see what we're up against. But Allahu Akbar, Allah is indeed the greatest. I just wanted to make a couple of comments about moving forward strategies. Different campaigns of the political prisoners that we represent, and when I say represent, we support financially when we can, making sure they have a third-party medical intervention, going to visit them, supporting them, commissary money, monitoring their health, as so many of them are getting so much older. And mind you now, some of these prisoners have been in prison now 50 plus years. I myself was in prison for 23 years as a political prisoner of the Black Panther Party, but I do know a couple of things, and inshallah, Allah is the best to guide, is that what we have going on here, sisters and brothers, is tremendous. It's very good, alhamdulillah. We need that focused attention. More and more of the freedom fighters that are in prison now are getting this type of attention. Sundiata Kohli, Kamal Siddiqui, Maroon Schultz, before he passed away, he was let out on compassionate release. So we need several things, and so those several things are in fact happening. All right, so the rallies, the campaigns, that's very important because they energize us and they educate the public. But out of all that's happening, that needs to continue to happening, you realize that you only have a few arrows in your sheath to shoot. So out of all of the protests and rallies to educate people, we used to say the masses of people, we only have certain strategic focused strategies, and on the tip of that arrow have to be Sister Attorney Marwa for sure, because nothing happens without really having a lawyer that's concerned and 100% invested in getting the freedom fighter out of prison. I'm referring to Dr. Aafia Siddiqui as a freedom fighter. She's my freedom fighter. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is going to reward her. But we need that focused legal attention to merge collectively with all the political activism that we're doing. Obviously, unlike the majority of political prisoners in the United States today, this Sister Aafia Siddiqui, she has a unique situation of having the international card to play. Brothers in the Black Panther Party and Black Liberation Army, we don't have no international card to play. You're stuck like Chuck, as they say, and the United States government is the last bastion that you have to address. But here we have a unique, different situation going on to make the demands on the United States government, the federal government, she's a federal prisoner, and also to put the pressure on the Pakistani government. So that's an additional thing that gives a different type of opportunity. So I hope that we can continue the focus groups that we have that's been going on for some time now, and be able to brainstorm critical thinking on those type of strategies. The last thing I want to say, just to add, I think one of the sisters and brothers that went on before me said that this Ramadan is coming, and Muslims have been very fearful and intimidated about any situation that the government is going to be involved post 9/11, the feds are going to knock on your door. But we got to muster up. So I think that all of us that's in contact with a masjid that goes to Juma, and a particular Islamic center, wherever you go, it should be a respectful but very pressing demand to make sure that Aafia Siddiqui, Imam Jamil al-Amin, all the other Muslim political prisoners, and you can get those names if you don't know from Alhajimuri Salahan, should be mentioned in the khutbahs. And every Eid prayer should mention Aafia Siddiqui. You cannot talk about all these abstract principles about the blessings and all of that and skirt totally over the real issues, the food, bread and butter issues that people face, including the freedom of political prisoners, including Dr. Aafia Siddiqui. That should be our own personal directive. So whatever masjid you went, and now let me tell you something, I tried to do that in conjunction with Mahahilad Salahan last year, and this is what we're up against. I'm giving it to an Islamic Center representative, and the first comment this guy made, and I say this guy, I didn't say this brother, I said this guy made was, didn't she kill somebody? So this is the wall of ignorance. People in the United States can't even see that they're political prisoners. There's always an arm twisting thing. This is the domestic prisoners. This is the domestic, maybe scared to death. And the United States culture breeds individualism. Everybody's scraping to survive, like trying to get out of barrel crabs, and the interest is not there. So we have a lion job in front of us. And I pray that we be able to maximize the blessings and the struggles during Ramadan to impose and impress upon imams or who's ever doing these khutbahs to incorporate the mentioning of Dr. Aafia Siddiqui in every last khutbah. That should be your closing door, the prayer for her freedom, the ask of people in the congregation to become involved. Because it's a sin for Muslims not to care about this sister. It's a sin for them to even know about Imam Jamil al-Amin. We've got our heads chasing the dunya, the love for the dunya and the fear of the akira. And so I want to end on that. We pledge, as we always do, the support of the National Jericho Movement. And I'm here to fulfill whatever capacity I can. I pray Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept our efforts and He grant us success and victory. And I pray that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala keep our dear sister Aafia strong inside, internally, that she doesn't fall into despair. And it's a very harsh struggle for her. We pray the best for her, and we pray freedom for her and blessings upon her family and each and every one of you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Jazakallah khair, brother Jihad. I can't echo your words enough, because it is absolutely our religious obligation to be speaking for Dr. Aafia. And one thing that I wanted to share was, I personally grew up in a city in the state of New Jersey, which is predominantly, probably 99% Black, and we were not allowed to learn about the Panthers. I grew up in Newark. I was born and raised there. And when you did, you know, you lost your job as a teacher. And that was my calling to, you know, obviously I'm not Black, but it didn't matter, because that was my springboard for me, for my call to action to advocate for those that were persecuted for just asking for their haq. And I think that I have to second your experience, where even when we were calling on for this rally, there was a lot of resistance, and it was sad because it was from within the community, that, you know, well, who else is joining or who else is speaking? And it shouldn't matter. Even if we're the sole lone voice speaking, we should continue speaking, because when we have to answer to Allah, we're there alone. Nobody's with us. And start your children young. I wanted to share with you, just before I introduce our next speaker, that I went to a bookstore in downtown Newark, and the lady handed me this book. It's Black Panthers for Beginners. And I handed it to my 12-year-old. And I told him that you can't grow up in my home aloof and not knowing what the resistance is, because we have to, we were an opportunity missed, unfortunately, but our next generation, there's just no excuse. And with that said, I wanted to introduce the next person who I look at as inspiration, a colleague. I appointed him as my mentor. I look to him for advice, and I hope that I can be where he is in the years to come and still be doing this work so passionately. Steve Downs, he is the board chair of the Coalition for Civil Freedoms, attorney for the family of Dr. Aafia Siddiqui, an inspirational person, and I pray that when I grow up, I be like Steve.
So I have to say that's the most beautiful introduction, because I did exactly the same thing. I went out and bought the same book, and I gave it to my granddaughter for her birthday. And I said, this is stuff you need to know. And I just want to say that coming at the end of the line here, I'm just blown away by all the beautiful, eloquent sentiments that have been said by everybody here. And I don't think that anything I can say will come close to that. And particularly, I wanted to just reference what Brother Jihad said, because I think his words were particularly powerful. He is referencing a COINTEL program that went through and destroyed a whole generation of Black activists. And there were congressional hearings, people condemned it, they said that it was illegal, it was un-American, and yet these people are still in jail. And we have to be advocating for them too. We can't forget them. They are as important as any of the other political prisoners, and I hope we don't forget them. With that said, what happened after 9/11 was that we got a new edition of COINTELPRO. And we have a lot of people that were locked up as a result of that, hundreds of people. But Aafia is a particular case, and I think that it is generated more publicity. There is more attention to it. She is a woman. The kind of suffering that she undergoes is even worse, I think, than many of the others, although, God forbid, I don't want to talk about what happened at Guantanamo. But being a mother and being held in prison and knowing that your children are also held and knowing that your children could be tortured has got to be the worst imaginable situation that I can think of. So my heart goes out to her every night. So the only thing I wanted to say, and I'll try to say it quickly, my law partner, Kathy Manley, and I had an opportunity to file a commutation petition with the President of the United States for Aafia to try to gain her release. The petition is still pending, and it probably will not be acted on anytime soon unless we can get a lot of support for this commutation petition, which should be sent to the pardon attorney. The Office of the Pardon Attorney, I wish I had the address with me. I don't have it, but you can look it up. Perhaps if there were enough people that wrote in, that would move things along. During the case of this, however, while I was writing it up, I had the opportunity to review the trial transcript, the briefs in the case, other documents, and I'd just like to comment on certain misconceptions about Aafia's case. One thing that people seem to believe is that Aafia was had gone through a trial and was properly convicted. This is not the case. The charge, the indictment, was very, very narrow. It had only to do with an attempted murder. And the only thing that the court considered that was relevant was about the minute and a half that occurred during the time when this shooting supposedly occurred, which actually never happened. After the event, after Aafia was shot and taken out of illegally taken to America and taken out of the room, the FBI went in and did a extensive forensic examination. They completely went over the whole room, and they didn't find any fingerprints on the gun. There was no shell casings, there was no powder residue, and most important, there was no holes, no bullet holes in the wall behind the soldiers that Aafia supposedly shot at. And that means that she did not shoot. It is impossible. It's impossible that she could have shot a gun at the soldiers and seen the bullets flying by and all of this and not have any bullet holes in the wall. They are not magic disappearing bullets. So from that point of view, the trial was very narrow, and she was not guilty of the crime that she was charged with. Another misconception is that the trial somehow was about terrorism. And I think we need to put this one to rest. She was not charged with terrorism. There was no allegation of terrorism, no proof of terrorism. One thing that happened was that when she was arrested, she was carrying a bag. And the bag had material in it which looked suspiciously terroristic. Her defense, of course, was that she'd just been released from a black site, that she testified. The bag was given to me. I didn't know what it was. I was put on a bus. I was sent to Ghazni. That's how I got the bag. If that is the case, the bag was clearly a plant. It was planted by the people at the black site that released her. We don't know whether she was at a black site, but there is somebody that knows, and that's the US government and the Pakistani government. Their files should be open. We should finally know the truth. It's not acceptable that they can withhold this information. We know that they have information about it because she's a footnote in the torture report. If she's a footnote in the torture report, they have information, and that should be released to them because that's what they were required to do under their treaty obligations. The next thing is that there is some sense that, well, after all, Aafia had an opportunity to present her case at trial. She had an opportunity to mount her defense. And this also is not true. Aafia's lawyers were paid for by the US government and the Pakistani government. And Aafia took the position that I don't want to have a lawyer who is paid for by my adversary, by the people that I believe tried to kill me. And this is common sense. None of us would go to trial with a lawyer who had been paid for by our adversary, by the people that we were being charged with. Nobody would do that. Now, the Judge Berman, a very racist judge who was terrible throughout the trial, made a lot of horrible decisions, decided that he didn't have to decide this because she was mentally incompetent to fire her attorney. She was competent to stand the trial, but mentally incompetent to fire her attorney. And so she was forced to go to trial with lawyers that she did not trust and she wouldn't communicate with. And so the whole trial was a disaster. It was just a mess. And that's why, since there was no trust on either side, the lawyers didn't know what she was going to say if she was put on the stand and so on. It became an impossible situation. So I just want to say that from a legal point of view, I think there are many, many flaws with the case. I agree with everybody who has said that this case needs to be fought even though there's no real opportunity for appeal because of various laws that have blocked that. I am hoping that in the end, we can put pressure on the US government to release reports, particularly the torture report, that will give us ammunition, legal ammunition, to go back and say, we should reopen this trial. So I think we need to write to the US government, write to the pardon attorney, and try to convince them that this information needs to be opened. All of this occurred because of racism and bigotry against Muslims. It was during a climate of fear against Muslims. And it's time that the US faced up to that and made the right decision to do something about it. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Steve, for your contribution. And I think one thing that, you know, we can see and is evident is that there are so many layers of propaganda and lies that take away from the true perpetrators, and they sort of hide and mask themselves underneath that. And it's so important to hear that again and again so that we're reminded that she is innocent. Next on we have Julie Fisher. Julie Fisher is from the Democracy Preservation Coalition, and she's been supporting a number of Muslim political prisoners and active in writing to them to let them know that they aren't forgotten. Thank you for joining us today, Julie. Over to you.
Thank you very much. And I just want to say that I'm grateful for all that I have been able to learn today. I have come into this information through Mel Underbacky, who also lives in Decorah, Iowa, a little town of 8,000 people. So I'm a member of the Democracy Preservation Coalition that meets here on Fridays. And I cannot speak for them because we have not yet fully briefed them on this case, but I do speak for myself and what I've learned from other prisoners as well. Thank you, Steve Downs, for all the wonderful things you have been able to probe into and discover. Yeah, I think all of the requests that you have made on the cover sheet for this rally were extremely important, and I've taken note of those. I want to copy those and use those in any kind of writing that I do to legislators and people who are in power in our government. It seems to me that the 86 years that she was given are very suspicious. That's a life sentence. You want to get rid of that person so they're never able to tell what they actually know. So I think that comes from fears of the wrongdoing that has been a part of her case this whole time. What I can do here in my place is to share her story and to use social media, as was suggested, to alert other people to her name and her situation, and to demand. I mean, if our government says liberty and justice for all, then we need to pursue that justice for all, not just for some. I think it's very important. Somebody mentioned unity. I think unity in messaging on her case will be very important. And I would ask you if it is possible to print out the testimonies of the people that were in this rally. I didn't get to hear all of them, and I would certainly like to hear them and read them again so that I can refer to them when I do social messaging. If there's anybody that I have ever heard about who deserves clemency and release, it is Dr. Siddiqui. So I just want to say thank you to all of you who are working so hard to bring justice to her and to open up this information to the public. I agree, we are not free until everybody is free. So thank you very much for your work. I will try to do what I can from here.
Thank you so much, Julie. I can't thank you enough for being patient and bearing with us, and for echoing the words that none of us are free until Aafia is free, because we need to keep hearing it. So when there's so much repetition, it becomes second nature to us to advocate for something. So thank you for being here with us and for your contribution. Next, I'd like to introduce to the floor to speak is Hina Zaberi. I wanted to just say her title, and then I realized that's not going to do justice for the amount of work she does. Hina is at the front line of every cause for human rights and justice. I'm in groups with her. We have never formally met, but I see that, you know, to see a fellow a woman so strong and raising her voice for everything unjust, it just gives some of us a lot of encouragement to keep doing the work that we're doing. I thank you for that. Thank you for that, Hina. But in her official role, she is the director over at Justice for All USA. And I'd like to give you the floor. Thank you for your support in this cause.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here. And I wanted to thank everybody who came out to support Aafia. I just wanted to, there's just so much that has been said, and Marwa made me cry because, describing how Sister Aafia is now. I remember her from my time in college. She was a mentor for me. I knew her personally. My husband knew her personally. She was the head of our greater Boston area MSA. She taught me how to fight for justice. She taught me how to table, you know. So I believe everything that I do is a sadaqah jariyah for her, because she was the one who taught me how to set up a table. And you know, we were it was a documentary on Bosnia that we were showing to different colleges, and she came over to Wellesley College, where I was a freshman or first year in 1992, and 17-year-old. I had never seen such a composed, kind, confident woman wearing hijab. You know, she was an activist before there was that word was even a part of American Muslim vocabulary. She soothed my anxiety, and she, you know, sat me up, and she's like, "You'll be fine. You know, just hear the pamphlets and just get to work." She used to make these hundreds and hundreds of samosas, you know, like, and sell them for MSA fundraisers, and then we would use that money to help bring orphan children from Bosnia. And just the amount of work, subhanAllah, that she did while being a top student at MIT was something that just inspires me to this day. I related to her because she also grew up in a country in Africa, and my childhood was very similar to that, and then came to the United States to study as an international student. And so I could totally relate to her. And you know, just being able to see Islam in action, you know, being able to see somebody who really exemplified womanhood in Islam, just, and to know that right now she's in a prison cell and curled up in a little ball. May Allah grant her freedom. And just, seeing so many of you here is just amazing as well for me. I'm one of the founding board members of the Aafia Foundation. Brother Mori Salahan has been just a solid rock in this cause. I know I've written much about her and published much about her on Muslim matters. We'd be protesting and rallying for Aafia, and sometimes it would just be Brother Mori, my son, and him, like the three of us standing outside the Pakistani embassy. So it's so heartwarming to see more mainstream organizations, Muslim and non-Muslim, speaking up about political prisoners, especially Sister Aafia. In Urdu, we have a saying, "Der aaye durust aaye." That means, they came late, but they came right. And thank you for coming right. Many of you are obviously on here have many, many years of history. But the new ones that have joined us, I am so absolutely grateful to all of you. Just as we were turning the corner in the Aafia movement, the synagogue incident happened, dragging her and her family's name in the mud again. And this is something, we really need to fight back against and as many of you talked about this narrative about her. Can't we edit that WikiLeaks page? I mean, all of us have that ability, right? We could do that. So can't we do that? A number one priority agenda. And really, could we get some young people to make a movie about her life, about what's happened to her, get a serial, done on her the way, that case of that young man in Baltimore, whose case became famous because of that serial podcast. Could Al Jazeera, these are the sort of, we really need some sort of narrative built around her that is not what is being presented on these mainstream corporate media websites. I also wanted to on behalf of Justice for All, I wanted to say that Justice for All recognizes Dr. Aafia as a prisoner of haq. This is our political prisoners campaign where we advocate for people in Indian prisons, in Burmese prisons, in the Uyghur concentration camps, and right here in the United States. We urge all international human rights organizations, including Amnesty and Human Rights Watch, to take on Aafia's case as a prisoners of conscience case. Justice for All has included her release in our asks of President Biden, the several times that we've met with his team before his election and after his election. But as an advocate for political prisoners overseas, I can say as Americans, it makes it very hard for us to advocate for religious freedom prisoners and political prisoners around the world when we have held this innocent woman for so long. It makes us look like the biggest hypocrites out there. And we understand this is an American tradition. All our political prisoners need to be freed. Those under the Patriot Act and those under COINTELPRO. I do want to let people know that there is a act in Congress right now. It's HR 2998. Exposing the lies. It's on the COINTELPRO bill. It's the COINTELPRO bill introduced by Congressman Bobby Rush. And we ask all of you to get behind this bill because if we can dismantle what happened under COINTELPRO, perhaps we have a chance to get Sister Aafia out. So we ask all of you to join us tomorrow at 7:30 EST at the Expose the Lies webinar, where we'll be talking about getting this bill passed. So thank you so much for having me here. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you so much, Hannah. So now I just add to the list of reasons why I'm so inspired by you and your work. We've learned so much here today, as Lena mentioned in the chat, a lot of this that we didn't know, and especially your relationship to Dr. Aafia and, you know, the connection that you had to her, it just makes all this, you know, it makes it more tangible. A lot of people always had questions, and the questions unfortunately have been answered by propaganda media. And that's why we need, we need voices like yours that give it such a human touch. They take the mystery away from it, right? The mysticism that they've created around all cases, Guantanamo, war on terror cases, but especially Aafia's case. And I feel like the more we normalize talking about her without fear, I hope, as Brother Jihad said that right now we had Brother Omar Suleiman's video. I hope next time the floor is flooded with leaders and scholars and imams. We call them celebrity imams, on our floor, and they're speaking out for her. Because you cannot give khutbas without speaking about haqq. You just simply can't. Haqq is part. It's the fabric with which Islam is sewn, right? So you cannot have complete faith without fighting for justice. Next, I'd like to introduce Joe Lombardo. Joe is with the United National Anti-War Coalition, and I just wanted to thank Joe for bearing with us this whole time and agreeing to speak to us. And I know it was very last minute, and I wanted to personally apologize. I sent you an email, but I just wanted to do it again. Thank you for just accepting it and just coming to our rescue the moment we asked. It's an honor for you to join us.
Thank you very much. I'm really happy to be here. And I know it's been a long program, but in some ways that's good because there's been a lot of voices. And I think this is a very important thing to do right now, is for all of us to come together from various countries and to revitalize this campaign. What happens to Aafia can happen to any one of us. And I know a number of us have been visited by the FBI in the United States because of our political work, have been found ourselves as political prisoners or attacked by the government. So a victory for Aafia will be a victory for all of us. We know Aafia is a political prisoner, even though the United States says we have no political prisoners in this country. There are many, many, many political prisoners. She's also a victim of the US war on Afghanistan. We all should take heart by the fact that the US lost that war. So now it's time to bring Aafia home, as someone said. That war was part of the so-called war on terror, which really was just code words for a war on Muslims around the world, especially since so many of the Muslim countries are the countries that have oil, which is the major commodity for the United States and one of the major reasons that the United States goes to war. But the war on terror is not just an international phenomenon that the United States created. It also clearly has happened in the United States. And hundreds of Muslims have been set up by the FBI in the United States, given false charges, convicted in trials that very much were like Aafia's trial. They were not fair trials. They did not get representation. They sometimes did not even get to hear the evidence against them because they were being accused of being terrorists. There have been prisons which are specifically Muslim prisons, communication management units, CMUs. When it became clear to the US government that it was bad publicity to have prisons just for Muslims, they put other people in there. But that's where many of the Muslim political prisoners have gone, to these CMUs and to these supermax prisons, which are basically torture for all of them. International bodies have said more than 18 days in solitary confinement is torture. As we speak right here, right now, there are around 100,000 people in US prisons in solitary confinement being tortured right now. It's not just the attacks in the courts against the Muslims. There have been attacks on the streets, And now that the US has put its focus in other places for its wars, there are now attacks on Chinese people, on Asians, there are attacks on Russians. There have always been attacks on immigrants. There have always been attacks on Blacks in this country. This is imperialism, it's racism, and it's prejudice. I have had the privilege to go to Pakistan and visit with Aafia's family. I was there for two reasons. I think it was 2012. I'm not 100% sure. One was to be part of an anti-war contingent. There was 30 of us that went on a march from Islamabad to Waziristan to protest the drone strikes in Waziristan that the US was conducting. The United States felt it had the right to bomb people in Pakistan, in Waziristan, a country that they were not at war with. That is the bullying that someone else talked about. We never quite got into Waziristan because we were blocked by the Pakistan military. And my feeling on the behest of the US government that didn't want us to go. But that particular group of people was led by Imran Khan before he was prime minister. We went with him and thousands of others on this journey to Waziristan. I got a lot of press about it. And I was able to speak to Imran Khan about the case of Aafia. And he, I think, was surprised that this American anti-war activist knew about the case of Aafia Siddiqui. And he said everything right. It was a terrible miscarriage of justice. It was all wrong and so forth. But now he's prime minister and can do something about it. And I haven't seen him do anything about it. The imprisonment, the torture of Aafia is part and parcel of US bullying of Pakistan and many, many other countries around the world and the Muslim populations, and it must be stopped. But I think we're at a critical point right now in human history. And that is, I think the United States is being taken down a peg with its loss in Afghanistan, with other countries now standing up to the United States and NATO in a way that they didn't expect. And the United States is going to come out the worst for it. And we should all take heart in that. The United States, with its military in 172 countries and 20 times the number of foreign military bases, all other countries in the world, is the cause of much of the injustice in the world, and is the cause of the injustice to Aafia Siddiqui that we are here today to talk about. I look forward to more activity. I look forward to doing something on the 30th. I look forward to working more with my friend Maury Salahan, who has really led this campaign, and of course, Steve Downs and Marwa and others in the United States that are doing such a great job. Now we've seen, I've known those people for a while, but I've seen others of you from the United States. Now we know each other. So let's get together. Let's do something on the 30th. Let's do something after the 30th. Let's continue this campaign, because it will only be from our pressure, the pressure from the people in Pakistan and the people around the world, that we're going to get our sister Aafia Siddiqui free. I really like that Maury Salahan gave this Muslim saying, which I use a lot, even though I'm not a Muslim. It's if when you see injustice and you can stop it with your hand, stop it with your hand. If you can't, speak out against it. And if you can't do that because something might happen to you, hold it in your heart. Well, we can speak out against it. Let's organize to do that. And if we do that in the United States and Pakistan and around the world, we soon will be able to take our hands and pull open that prison and free Aafia Siddiqui. And that's what we all need to do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joe, for being with us today and for sharing your contributions, and also for bearing with us. I know it's been a while. And as you said towards the end, you know some of the people that have been on today's call, and you've got to know others. So it's really important that we do connect, and we take from this that it's important to connect and continue and have consistency in building a movement for Aafia. Next on, we have Brother Saladin Maqsood, who's the Executive Director for CARE New Jersey. Thank you so much for joining us today. Over to you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. May the peace and blessings of Allah Azza wa Jal be upon you all. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. First and foremost, I really want to say thank you to all of the organizers, to the Coalition for Civil Freedoms and to CAGE, to our moderators, to all the speakers, and to the, I think, nearly 20 co-sponsoring organizations that have participated in this virtual rally. May God reward you for all of the effort you've put in to making this a reality, right? To bringing back the conversation to the mainstream, for your emails, your phone calls, your late nights organizing, all of the effort and the time and the dedication, the text messages and, all of the communication that has gone behind the scenes, those that are currently, orchestrating the IT. May God reward you for all of the effort that you've put into this amazing conversation. Alhamdulillah, it's a huge, huge honor and blessing for me to, be participating in this gathering. I will say it's, a very humbling experience as someone who is kind of joining the movement at a later stage. It's amazing to hear, the firsthand experiences and interactions that so many of you have had with Dr. Aafia. And for me, it's been, this is probably one of the more inspiring, educational opportunities for me to learn more about her. So I thank you all for what you've contributed to this conversation and for bringing this back to the forefront after having faced, unfortunately, a blow with the situation regarding the synagogue. Now, I want to say earlier, I think it was Sister Sadwat who said, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. And I was reminded of this global scale of this virtual gathering. Mashallah, it really is, I am at awe of, the makeup of this group, the diversity of this group, and the scale through which, we have, come together to collectively demand the freedom of Dr. Aafia. So again, an extremely humbling opportunity to be participating in this work, from Pakistan to the United States and across the world. And I think there are others in Turkey and other places in the UK and across Europe. It is really not a small thing that we are doing here. So, kudos to everyone that is participating. Your efforts, inshallah, they will pave the way for success for this campaign and for freedom for the doctor. Alhamdulillah. And then I will also say this, that, it is absolutely necessary that we carve time out of our day to have this conversation, sit down and discuss, which we are doing here today. It is absolutely necessary that we make this point by doing this, by taking time, by sitting, by having conversations, by advertising this, by marketing it on social media, by bringing it up to the media. And this is what we're doing here today with an absolutely diverse and amazing group of organizations and leaders. And I'm really, really, again, happy to partake in this effort. Whether it's as Muslims or of anyone, of any faith or non-faith, it is absolutely our moral and religious obligation to champion justice, right? To be the ones at the forefront of these issues. It is our responsibility to do so. We would have to ask ourselves, if we are not doing it, then who will? And really, alhamdulillah, again, I can't say this enough. It is so inspiring to see so many faces, offer their words and their sentiment, and all of the, the experiences, and the knowledge and the wisdom that is behind all of these faces sharing these gems. Is just, it's a pleasure, alhamdulillah, and it is inspiring to me, and it is an amazing reminder for all of us, how this campaign for justice is our responsibility. It falls on our shoulders, and we stand on the, it's a matter of legacy, right? We stand on the shoulders of those that came prior to us, before us. And it is up to us now to carry the torch and to pave the way that inshallah will lead to the freedom for Dr. Aafia. I am a part of CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations. I am humbled to serve as executive director of the New Jersey office, and I'm happy to say, and I'm proud to say, that CARE has stood firmly with Dr. Aafia, and we will continue to do so. And we will not be afraid to speak up for justice for those like the doctor who are imprisoned for doing absolutely nothing wrong, right? For standing firm for justice. Her crime was what? That she was a Muslim in a post 9/11 era. So alhamdulillah, it is an honor for me to participate in this gathering. I pray for those that are organizing this amazing effort, and I pray for the freedom of the doctor and for all of those that are unjustly prisoned. Thank you all for your time. Jazakumullah khairan. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you so much, Saadin, for being here and for giving us words of inspiration and thanking us for this. But I wanted to thank you for joining us in this cause. And I wanted to kind of thank you as your local New Jerseyan for joining us in this cause and for being a voice of reason in our community. You are very inspiring to a lot of younger people who always felt very lonely in this field of especially activism. And I think that they're going to look for you to be this voice. And I'm looking to you for this voice of leading the Aafia cause, especially. Thank you so much. Lastly, but not least, I wanted to call on Faizan Syed, who is the executive director for CARE, Dallas, Fort Worth, and Austin. He, I believe, has joined the call. Brother Faizan, I'm not sure. Give me one quick second. He's getting on shortly. Okay. So in the meantime, before, as we're waiting for Faizan, I wanted to acknowledge and thank Dr. Zahid Bukhari of ICNA Social Justice Council. He's the executive director for ICNA Council for Social Justice. He could not be here with us today because he's not well. We wanted to wish him well. Hopefully he's doing better. And we wanted to thank him for his unwavering support in this cause. He's been on board with us from the day we started even planning this rally. Dr. Zahid Bukhari, he's also a board member of CCF. And I see that Brother Faizan is here. You have the floor. You have been introduced.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين. Thank you so much for inviting me to come and be part of this important conversation and also this rally for Dr. Aafia Siddiqui. I'm sure a lot of people already talked about Dr. Aafia Siddiqui and her case, and all of us are passionate about seeing her be released from prison. How do we get her out there? What is the method that we're going to utilize in order for her to really be released? SubhanAllah, before the hostage situation happened here in Dallas, Texas, involving a man who, in his own understanding of the world, took on this hostage situation in our community, we're really making a lot of very good progress on Dr. Aafia's case. We are working with community leaders and others to bring awareness about her case, to advocate for her case, and so much more. However, unfortunately, after that incident happened, a lot of that effort and work was sadly derailed. I think the climate that we're moving into now, moving forward, is a climate where a lot of organizations and even a lot of national speakers are unfortunately just not going to be as eager or excited to speak for Dr. Aafia Siddiqui's case, unless, of course, there is a major movement or a major push in order for them to do so. In order for us to really get her released from prison, sort of the strategy that our office is trying to take on as much as we can here with CARE is that we want to do sort of two-pronged strategy. Strategy number one is to work in the United States to raise awareness and to get other groups and other organizations only within the Muslim community, but outside the Muslim community, to publicly defend and publicly support Dr. Aafia Siddiqui's case. One of the websites we created is called freedoctoraafia.org, and at freedoctoraafia.org, you can we created a robust defense of Dr. Aafia Siddiqui in line of the anti-Aafia news articles and statements that are coming out after this hostage situation happened. We now need to build off of that effort and really get other organizations who fight for justice here in the United States support her. However, fundamentally, the way Dr. Aafia Siddiqui will be released will be when the government of Pakistan and the government of the United States make a deal with each other to get her released. Let me say it. When the government of Pakistan and the government of the United States make a deal to get her released. And I believe that the best way for us to do that is, as we're pursuing the campaign here in the United States, we at the same time need to do a grassroots campaign in the country of Pakistan. Alhamdulillah, there's amazing people in Pakistan like Dr. Aafia's sister, Fowzia, along with others who've been advocating for her, but something different needs to happen. Something new needs to occur in Pakistan that changes the game on the ground and brings new life into this case in that country. It's very easy for the Pakistani government to simply bury this under the rug, publicly pay lip service to Dr. Aafia's case, but not do anything because there's nothing different happening, right? And that's something that we are dedicated and really excited to do something that's unique and different, that I believe once it's done, it will shake what's happening in Pakistan and really force that government to take serious action to bring Dr. Aafia Siddiqui home. I'm not sure if Marva Albiali spoke yet or not, but one of the realities is that the Pakistani government can sign basically a prison transfer treaty with the United States called Service Sentences Abroad. And this treaty, if signed by the Pakistani government, Dr. Aafia Siddiqui can be back in her native country within a month. So this is some of the tactics that we're trying to utilize and trying to pursue in the next 6 months to a year in order to actually get her released from prison, to get her out of jail, back into Pakistan, back to her family. That way she can, inshallah, finally be free from this nightmare. After that, of course, is done, and once, inshallah, Dr. Siddiqui is released, then I think there needs to be serious conversations on compensation or being, basically paid back for the injustice that's happened to her for over 2 decades. That's more of a long-term battle, but I think it is something that needs to be fought, and that's some of the work that we're trying to do actively, is trying to get local awareness here, trying to rebuild that campaign in the United States, though we do live in a climate now where modern-day people are not, unfortunately, as eager or excited to support Dr. Aafia Siddiqui because of the hostage situation, and then also at the same time do something different in Pakistan that's going to change that condition around there, that's going to push that for her to be released, inshallah. I know I spoke a lot, so I don't want to take up too much more time.
Jazakallah khair, Faizan. Thank you so much for joining us and for staying with us all the way till the end. And thank you so much for your contributions. And I hope we can continue to connect and build and continue this work and effort.
Inshallah, same here.
We've come to the end of the virtual rally, but I'd like to say that we've come to the beginning, or rather the continuation of something. It's been almost 20 years. And 20 years is a very, very long time. And I'm so humbled and so touched and moved just being here today, being able to support and coordinate this with CCF, with Lena, with Sarwat and others. And it's been really quite moving to listen to everybody and all the work that you've all done over time. And it's been really wonderful to bring everybody together on one platform. And on that note, I do want to mention the late Dr. Agha Saeed, who was a Pakistani-born, US-based human rights advocate, an intellectual, an organizer for Muslim civic engagement, who was among the few Muslim leaders who always advocated for Dr. Aafia, even during his illness until the very end, which is really beautiful. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept it from him. And in that spirit, we take from that, that this is something that, we shouldn't take lightly. It should be something that, and other speakers have echoed it, you know, that it should be something that is in our conversations. It's in our community. It's a part of our advocacy, and we should continue that. And whether it's our Jummah khutbahs, or whether it's in, you know, mentioning it in Ramadan, whether it's mentioning it in coffee mornings, you know, this is how a movement is built. This is how you connect the dots. This is how this will have a ripple effect, that we don't stop, we continue that. And as we sort of look back and we reflect over the last 2 decades, what we look at is 20 years of war. We look back at America's trajectory of lies. We look back at death, and we look back at destruction and displacement. And we look back at miscarriages of justice. And all of this is orchestrated by America and her allies. And we've heard from other speakers again, law enforcement, and how media has enabled this in the name of security and stability and democracy, you know, and it's all bankrupt any claims of morality that America and even Pakistan claim to hold. Is bankrupt when the law itself becomes a tool that is used by the oppressor. Then resistance becomes a duty. And that's why we've all come here together today to support this rally, to support Dr. Aafia Siddiqui, to send a message to America and to Pakistan that we know what you did. We know what you did. Dr. Aafia Siddiqui is a sister. She is a daughter. She is a mother. And her case has to incite the moral outrage of every conscious person and organization in the world. When I think of violence against women, I think of Aafia. When I think of the ways in which labels and language and facts have been distorted to mask America's crimes, I think of Dr. Aafia Siddiqui. And this case is about America and also about Pakistan. And we hold you accountable today for kidnapping Aafia, for handing her over, and for inflicting upon her unimaginable torment. To everybody that has joined us today from different parts of the world, I want to thank you for your time, for your effort, for seeing this through, seeing this rally through. But I want you to take it upon yourselves to echo this call to free Dr. Aafia Siddiqui by organizing and advocating and supporting a global movement to call for the freedom of Dr. Aafia Siddiqui. As we come to the end of this rally, I want to focus on the demands that we have for the Pakistan government. Sarwat, inshallah, will focus on the demands for the US government. We call on the Prime Minister Imran Khan to fulfill his campaign promise to bring justice to Dr. Aafia Siddiqui and her family and bring her home. It's been almost 20 years. When she was kidnapped, she was 30 years old. She has turned 50 this month. We welcome the recently adopted International Day to Combat Islamophobia by the Pakistani government. But that has to begin by acknowledging the crimes of the past and supporting a system that can facilitate the process of restorative justice. And then we might be able to start healing. We demand that the Pakistani government make efforts to bring her back and acknowledge that in lending its support to the United States, the criminal United States global war on terror, it facilitated the kidnapping and torture of an innocent woman. We request that the Pakistani Minister of Foreign Affairs, Shah Mahmood Qureshi, introduces the Inter-American Convention on Serving Sentences Abroad to be ratified by the Pakistani presidential cabinet. And I want to end on a note to reiterate what Dr. Sami Al-Aryan said. The Free Aafia movement needs to be a global movement. And the fact that over 1,000 people registered for this event today is a testament that this will happen. Thank you so much. I leave you with Sarwat.
Thank you so much, Shazana. I just wanted to take this time to thank all our registrants, all our supporters, all of Aafia's supporters. I wanted to thank Cage. I wanted to thank Shazana, Dr. Maha, Brother Muadlam, and Lena and Jabran and Steve and everyone that just joined us in our call. It was a very insightful last couple of weeks just to prepare for this event and to come together. And you know, it was a self-realization also that what have we done? Have we done enough? And it never feels like enough. You know, to do even the little bit that we did, it was days and nights and sometimes overnights of trying to put this together. So I cannot imagine what Brother Mori and Marwa and Brother Faizan and all the other organizers that have been doing this for decades and years, how many nights that adds up to. And I just wanted to say that I truly pray and I hope that this does become a springboard for future movements. That was the intention. That was the goal. And lastly, I'm going to leave us with some, they're not requests, they're demands that we have of the United States government. The time for making those requests it's been 20 years. And so now we demand the US government for the following. We request insights as to whether any federal agencies, particularly the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, or the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI, have information on whether Dr. Aafia Siddiqui and her 3 children were ever in the custody of the United States or US allies, and whether they were questioned by a federal agency between March 2003 to July 16th of 2008. Dr. Aafia Siddiqui is mentioned in 2 footnotes, again in the executive summary of the Senate Intelligence Committee report on torture. What information is hidden from the public in this report? We demand the release of the over 6,000-page report. We demand that the American administration grant clemency to Dr. Aafia Siddiqui. We demand any information the U.S. government may have on the whereabouts of Dr. Aafia Siddiqui's youngest child, Suleiman Khan, whatever that may be. Finally, we call on any of the U.S. soldiers who lied on the stand about the events of July 16, 2008, to come forward about what really took place in Ghazni and pay the price for lies on the stand. Those are our demands. We only hope to go stronger on these demands. We want to push them forward. I know that, like Shazana said, last week we celebrated the day to combat Islamophobia, but truly, you know, performative language and days mean nothing when we cannot bring someone like Aafia Siddiqui to justice. Thank you all for being here. I'm going to end this call. Jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum.